Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, your hub for anime audiobooks. Love anime and great stories? You're in the right place. Enjoy high-quality audiobooks from your favorite series, perfect for any time. Our professional narrations span various genres, from action to romance, with frequent updates for fresh content. Subscribe and ring the notification bell to stay updated. Connect with fellow fans in the comments and share your story requests. Thanks for joining us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the anime adventures. Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, where anime comes to life. The more you look at the picture, the more you will feel. I am a brain fairy. Leave your brain here. I can help you maintain your brain and make it more comfortable. I looked up a lot of information when writing Naruto, but there are many contradictory information, so I can only hope that you don't treat this work with the spirit of studying mathematics for postgraduate entrance examinations. I can only guarantee that you will enjoy it without insulting your brain. Naruto's consciousness gradually surfaced from the abyss of coma, his eyes slowly opened, his vision was blurred, and his head was in unbearable pain as if it was blown apart. As Naruto woke up, Uchiha Mikoto on the side showed a look of surprise. She quickly approached Naruto and asked with concern, "Naruto, how do you feel now?" Naruto glanced at the black-haired little loli next to him and subconsciously said that he was fine. Uchiha Mikoto was very happy to hear Naruto's response, so she left to get dinner for Naruto. After dinner, Naruto lay on the bed and recalled the memories in his mind. His name is Naruto. Some people in China have the surname Nai, and his current name is Uchiha Naruto. Thinking of this weird Uchiha, his thin body now and the strange house, he roughly knew that he had probably traveled through time, and traveled to the world of the I Legend 5 village fight. Naruto thought about his original world, without a father, mother, wife, or child, and was born in a tomato orphanage when he was young. The most important thing is the dump truck he met on the way to work. Don't ask why there are dump trucks in the city. The only thing to be thankful for is that he saw his Redmi phone fall into the river before he died, and he didn't know if his innocence could be preserved. Before he could recall much, Uchiha Mikoto came over to feed Naruto some breakfast. Naruto then sent Uchiha Mikoto away on the pretext that he needed to have a good rest. The next step is the most important part for the time traveler after traveling through time, that is to find the golden finger. It's no wonder that Naruto must have the golden finger. Although Naruto knows most of the things about Naruto as a Naruto fan, there are too many hangers-on in the ninja world. Especially the two hangers-on Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and there are even more hangers-on in the Unflammable Legend. Seeing that Orochimaru is such an excellent scientific researcher, he can definitely be a big villain in other worlds, but he can only help the protagonist in the Naruto world. Jade Emperor, Buddha, God, the three pure ones. With my strong talent, supreme will and hard work. Is Shenlan here? System brother? Chat group? Grandpa? After calling for a long time, just when Naruto was about to try another method to verify his golden finger, suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in Naruto's mind. Then, in front of Naruto, a light blue translucent screen appeared. The system of all heavens forgers is trying to bind. Congratulations on becoming an apprentice forger. Task 1, as a forger, you must have your own forging site. Please find your own forging site immediately. Naruto was relieved to see the system appear, although it was not the kind of direct combat power increase he wanted most, such as the invincible system of the ninja world. The villain system. The role-playing system. Deep Blue. But as long as there is a system, he believes it should not be too bad. Even if this seems to be an auxiliary career development, after all, it should not be too embarrassing to be in the system circle. Since the system does not show more detailed information now, Naruto suspects that it is because the system is now in the trial binding stage, and he may need to complete the first task to know more information. Naruto didn't lie down at this time. He was going to find a forging site quickly. He was afraid that if this group disappeared without binding for a long time, he would cry to death. Just when Naraku got up, he suddenly felt dizzy, and then fell on the bed again. Before his consciousness became confused, Naraku only had time to say, "I'm a bitch." When Naraku got up from the bed again, it was already the next morning. At this time, Naraku had gradually received many memories of the original owner. Gradually, Naraku found that he didn't seem to have just traveled through time, but had traveled through time a long time ago, but he suddenly solved the mystery of the womb and awakened his memory recently. The main reason was that Uchiha Naraku was too similar to him when he was a child. He was simply a trashy immortal. Uchiha Naraku had a Jonin father and a Chunin mother before. Although they were powerful, they died in the half-peaceful years when the first ninja world ended. The old Jonin father had always been a hardcore hawk, the top henchman under the Uchiha clan's great elder. Uchiha Mikoto was the granddaughter of the great elder, so Naraku had always had a good relationship with Uchiha Mikoto, and they were childhood sweethearts. After thinking about how Uchiha Mikoto would look and behave when she fell. As for whether the second pillar, Uchiha Sasuke, and the 1-on-7, Uchiha Itachi, would appear or who would give birth to them, Naraku didn't care. When Uchiha Sasuke was born, Naraku doubted whether he had become a god with the help of his peerless talent and strong will, with a little help from the golden finger at most. It was impossible for him to do nothing to ensure that the plot was the same as the original, that would be the real way to die. Nailuo immediately went out to find Uchiha Miken's help. After all, a qualifier was beaten by this ghost who was often used by this group of ghosts. "If you are worthy of you, I am yin and yang." Such aggressive words, and her face immediately turned red as she said, "What little brat? You are not even as old as them. Anyway, you are not allowed to fight a group of people alone in the future. Even if you have a fight, call me." Then Naraku explained that he wanted a forging room. Although Uchiha Mikoto was surprised why Naraku had this idea, she was still willing to help. The first time he saw the forging, the last time he saw the forging. Now Naraku is preparing to try forging for the first time in his life. He thought about it and started with the simplest shuriken. Naraku, who was ready to work, stood quietly in the forging room with a serious look. There were various forging tools in front of him. He carefully picked up a piece of rough iron and heated it in the furnace, with sparks flying. When the metal turned red, and the shape of the shuriken began to emerge. Sweat slid down his forehead, but his eyes never left the work in his hands. As time went by, the outline of the shuriken became clearer, and the sharp edge flashed with cold light. Then put it in water to cool down. Then, it is crucial to add a secret technique of forging a ministerial tool. There are many secret techniques of forging a ministerial tool, but most of them require specific forging conditions or materials. Naraku can only choose a relatively simple secret technique. Naraku stopped his hand and stared at his work. At this time, the forger system also began to evaluate. Shuriken, D+. Limited by the materials and the proficiency of the forger, D far ahead of the weapons of the same level. Naraku reflected on his previous operation and found that he was a little bit high-minded and low-skilled now. It means that the brain says it can do it, but the hands are not very good. Ding! Detected that the forger forged a D-level weapon for the first time, and rewarded a free lottery. Seeing this first reward, Naraku suddenly remembered that he should have a big gift package at the beginning. "Brother Tongzi, where is my free gift package? Did you embezzle it?" Naraku asked directly again to forge iron frantically in the forging room. Because the forging room has a forging exclusive talent bonus and a powerful memory inheritance of the ministers, Naraku's forging proficiency is increasing crazily. And Naraku is also very motivated. After all, forging one of these things is 100 taels. Although Naraku is just a kid now, money is still very useful to Naraku. After all, there is no shortage of precious materials in the ninja world, such as chakram metal. These can only be purchased with money, and Naraku does not want to live a pitiful life like Prince Naruto. Naraku forged iron until late at night, but his spirit was very excited. Because he felt that he had made a big shuriken this time. He carefully using B-level forging technology and the forger's sufficient proficiency, this weapon has reached C level, which makes this shuriken extremely sharp and difficult to destroy. But this is also its limit. Then the system belatedly began to report. Ding! Detected that the forger forged a C-level weapon for the first time, rewarded with 10 free draws. Seeing the system reward, Naraku nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Naraku came back to his senses and suddenly felt that even if he was a Superman in the ninja world and had chakra, he would still feel very tired. Moreover, his clothes were completely soaked, and his whole charcoal left in the forging room. Naraku had to leave. Naraku walked quietly on the side of the road at night, and suddenly, a strange sound came into his ears. The sound was like someone was high on drugs, mixed with distorted panting and occasional meowing. Naraku stopped and looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. The cold night wind whistled, rustling the leaves, but the strange sound became clearer in the silence. His heartbeat began to accelerate, and a feeling of uneasiness came over him. The sound seemed to be getting closer and closer, as if it came from a dark corner nearby. Naraku didn't see anyone, and thought, damn it, I'm not in the Thulha version of the I Legend. This is not necessarily a system. It wasn't until Naraku approached carefully that he found that the ninja cat Hideyoshi was high on the catnip he gave him. Completely throwing the 3 ninja prohibitions aside, Naraku looked at Hideyoshi's completely defenseless posture, and thought of the arrogance of the ninja cat. He decided to teach it a lesson and went straight up to touch it. After touching it, he ran back home. After running home, Naraku immediately started to take a bath, change clothes, burn incense, and meditate, and draw the next lottery with an extremely pious attitude. He saved up 11 lottery opportunities, just waiting to do it tonight, but despite Naraku's many tricks, he still felt a little panic in his heart. After all, this guy was a real non-African in all the lotteries in his previous life, and even his companions called him a legendary existence of guaranteed immortal. He didn't know whether his damn non-African fate could be changed in the new world. System, start the lottery. Naraku thought again and prepared to draw a single one first. After all, miracles from a single draw often happen in the lottery world. Drawing. Naraku looked at the very small white and gold range on the turntable and prayed silently in his heart. As a result, the turntable actually slowly moved to the white area this time. Thank you for your patronage. As these cold words appeared in front of Naraku, Naraku felt a sense of defeat. This incident also indirectly proved that his damn unlucky luck was brought to the ninja world. Now he can choose to calm down, but he is still ready to try again. Anyway, there are many high-quality materials in the ninja world, and he will not be unable to get reputation later. But if he can draw good things now, he can make a B-level weapon as quickly as possible. 10 consecutive draws. Start. Thank you for your patronage. Coke *10. Milk *1 box. Blue Kagaya Akamoto's panties. Green food processing technology. Pearl seeds 10 kg. 8 treasure porridge *1 box. Iced black tea *1 box. Green gorilla scarlet iron sand and gorilla scarlet ore *10 attracted by the spy mantis corpse. With the minister tool making technology, it can be known that this material is a must for making kiri ikemonji. Now he just happened to have collected all the materials for kiri ikemonji. And this is the whole corpse, and there may be some scraps left to make something else. The green quality Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore appeared as Naraku's attention moved. Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore are the key materials of the Sun Blade used by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps in the Demon Slayer world. The material has the property of absorbing sunlight and will show different colors depending on the user's attributes. Naraku has a bold idea. If he combines this material with chakram metal, he may be able to further strengthen this ninja sword. Even if the strengthening fails, it can be regarded as adding a skin to the ninja sword. Who doesn't want a cool ninja sword? It can only be said that there is a way. Special ingredients. The explanation was very simple, but Naraku felt that this technology should be very useful. So Naraku hurried to receive the information. A minute later, Naraku slowly opened his eyes. He was very satisfied with the technology just now. The technology mainly processes some special biological or plant ingredients, turning inedible things into edible ones, and it can also have certain benefits to the body after eating. Naraku also thought of the biological materials that restrict him now. Whether it is food processing or the creation of servants, biological materials are needed. As for the biological materials in the ninja world, Naraku is a little bit afraid to mess around. After all, many creatures in the ninja, if he uses a toad to refine a weapon today, the 3 holy places will attack him tomorrow. But Naraku suddenly thought of people, such as the cells of the first generation of Naruto. If this thing is used, the entire biological armor will fly. Gradually, Naraku's mind opened up and he considered the better biological materials in the Naruto world, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the bones of the Kagaya clan. There are even various tailed beasts. Didn't the parasite in the body of the 3-tail refine into the same Hata? Naraku retracted his divergent thoughts and praised his wisdom. As for the remaining melon seeds, cola, iced black tea, etc., Naraku said that he would be a mobile grocery store. What's the use of this panties? I, Naraku, am ashamed to associate with this vulgar system. However, Naraku is still ready to take a critical look at what's so special about this thing when he has time. In short, Naraku looked at the color logo above and roughly understood that as a junior member of the current system, white means thank you for patronizing, gray means ordinary items, green should be C level, blue is B level, and gold should be A level. As for higher things, it may take a system upgrade. System items. Can he put other items in it? So Naraku began to try it, and found that the system really has an idle space to store items. After several attempts, Naraku found that the remaining space of this system is at least 10 cubic meters. Naraku admired the harvest again and went to bed contentedly. Although this time is almost the bottom line, it is also precious for non-Africans. Wake up! Wake up! Uchiha Mikoto shook Naraku to get up. What's wrong? Mikoto. Naraku woke up in a daze. Uchiha Mikoto was a little angry, and her little face was puffed out. Naraku felt speechless. In his previous life, he studied hard for 20 years before entering the time and asked Uchiha Mikoto, "What year is this year in Konoha?" Uchiha Mikoto thought for a while and told Naraku that it was the 35th year in Konoha. Naraku asked again, "What grade am I in the ninja school now?" After hearing Naraku ask this question, Uchiha Mikoto was a little angry. But she suppressed her anger again and said, "You should be in the 3rd grade of ninja school now." After hearing this answer, Naraku began to recall that if he remembered correctly, the Second Ninja World War started in the 36th year and lasted until the 40th year of Konoha. Konoha Ninja School is generally a 6-year system, and the age of admission is generally around 5 to 6 years old. But in the war years, it will be shortened to 4 to 5 years, or even graduate early, and the age of admission will be lowered. But for Naraku, as long as he finishes the 6-year system safely, it will be 39 years in Konoha. After graduation, if there is a chance, it is best to spend a year to become a Chunin. He can perfectly avoid the Second Ninja World War. And according to the situation of the Second Ninja World War, there should be no danger inside Konoha. But Uchiha Mikoto is 3 years older than Naraku, so it is very likely that she will go to the battlefield. Naraku can only take it one step at a time. Later, Naraku went to the ninja school with Uchiha Mikoto, a Hokage in the future. The little yellow-haired boy smiled warmly at everyone after he finished speaking. Sister. At this time, several girls in the audience also began to stir, and they shouted excitedly, "So handsome! Naraku was also very speechless about these precocious girls. As one of the few honest people in the original work, Naraku planned to spend more time with Minato Namikaze when he had time. My name is Hinata Miyabi, I like flowers, hate insects, and I haven't decided on my future yet. Naraku looked at the cute little loli with white eyes with interest. Of course, although this little loli is also very cute, Naraku is not a loli control. I'm just a little interested in her white eyes. My name is Uchiha type, I like Brother Fugaku the most. I hate the snotty Naraku. I want to be Brother Fugaku's strongest subordinate in the future. The furious Uchiha kid said to Naraku aggressively. But Naraku had no interest in playing with the little brat, and didn't care about his eyes. My name is Uchiha Naraku. I like forging weapons, hate naughty brats, and want to become the strongest forger in the ninja world in the future. Naraku went up to introduce himself and gave a fake smile to the audience. This time, several crazy girls in the audience started to make a commotion again. They said things like I like it so much. Naraku could only curl his lips at this. I am the man you can't get. Damn Uchiha Naraku. You are a brat yourself. Uchiha type came over angrily to claim the identity of the brat. The teacher next to him, Hiro Sarutobi, became interested in Uchiha Naraku. An Uchiha actually liked forging. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. I like to eat grapefruit and Naraku smiled slightly, and Uzumaki Kushina did become the woman of the Hokage in the future. Where the leaves sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to fool around as usual. Some of the little ghosts below looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with admiration. Naraku also listened for a while with the mentality of listening a little since he was here, and then the summary he gave was some relatively idealistic ideas. But he kept silent about how to work hard and how to ensure fairness. Naraku just felt bored with such boring things. If he had known that this was it, he might as well go for ironwork or practice directly. But Naraku was afraid of being noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he couldn't run away. He could only stand there and wander around. Soon it was afternoon, and the outdoor class finally started at this time. 3 body techniques, transformation technique, substitute technique, and clone technique are the key points of the school's graduation exam. Transformation technique, it is the temporary change of chakra to objects. The easiest thing to change is dual clone, which is not a physical entity, that is, a holographic projection created by chakra, and Ichon, is essentially an illusion. Sarutobi Heiong explained the definition of the 3 body techniques in detail. Naraku had already learned the knowledge explained by Sarutobi Heiong, so Naraku took this opportunity to think about how to become stronger in the future or in a short time. Although he didn't say much before, he didn't want to be beaten up by a group of little ghosts in his eyes again. Moreover, in the ninja world, if you don't have some strength, you might be killed accidentally. Of course, the Jonin and the like will not die, but the probability will be much smaller. Naraku thought about it, and the first thing was the Golden Finger Undead Legion. This should be a talent that can quickly improve personal strength. Although Naraku is not sure how much strength a Jonin can finally exert if he joins the Corps of the Dead. But compared to basic ninjutsu and physical training and precise chakra control, it should be much faster. Of course, the above basic training cannot be left behind, and there is even a certain amount of actual combat. The ninja world is not short of those combat geniuses who are weak but can defeat the strong with insufficient panel capabilities. Of course, there is no shortage of those high-scoring but low-ability players. For example, Shimura Danzo's Kunao Kutsuzanu, others used Izanagi to counterkill, and he used Izanagi as a resurrection coin, which is extremely stupid. Naraku focused his thoughts again, and he thought of Konoha 36 years. The Konohagakure village troops of the Fire Country led by Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples and the Sand village troops of the Wind Country led by Chogranny and the Rock village troops of the Earth Country will start a melee in the Rain Country at the junction of the 3 parties. Many people must have died at this time, and this is his chance. The only thing worth worrying about now is whether White Fang will participate in the battle. If White Fang participates in the battle, with his shadow-level strength as a swordsman, is talent of the Senju clan. If he is lucky, he can draw the blood of the Senju clan. It can be said that it will greatly improve Naraku's strength. After thinking about it, Naraku decided to take it all. He plans to forge Kiri Ikemonji or other B-level weapons and give them to White Fang first. Later, when he has reputation points, he will draw materials to forge other things and send them to other strong people. Thinking of this, Naraku has a better plan for the future. So Naraku concentrated on practicing basic ninjutsu and basic taijutsu. He performed every action meticulously, as if he poured all his energy into it. Not only that, Naraku also took the initiative to invite Minato Namikaze to participate in the practice together. Minato Namikaze was a little surprised that Uchiha Naraku, a family ninja, showed goodwill to him. Mainly because although Uchiha Naraku was not as arrogant as other Uchiha, he did not like to make friends with others. After all, Minato Namikaze is just a child now. Relationship between the two people has been warmed up to a certain extent. After school, Naraku rushed home and did. Although the Jonin father died, he still left some ninjutsu. Naraku looked at the several ninjutsu scrolls in front of him, which were Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Style Sword Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Naraku's eyes lit up when he saw the Shadow Clone Technique. This is a technique with great potential. So he started to practice well. After all, it was related to whether he would go to class later. But then Uchiha Naraku faced difficulties. I don't know if it was because of his own chakra shortage, insufficient chakra control ability, or So Naraku called on the system to see if it could give him a specific panel to help him see his personal strength. This time the system actually has this panel, but it has never been needed before. System member level, primary. Name, Uchiha Naraku. Age, 880. Chakra, C. Spirit, C+. Chakra, 0.4 card, Konoha Jonin Kakashi's chakra amount. Chakra control ability, poor. Ninjutsu, Clone Technique, Beginner's Guide, Transformation Technique, Beginner's Guide, Substitute Technique, Beginner's Guide, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Beginner's Training. Physical Technique, Uchiha Fluid Technique, Beginner's Training. Illusion Technique, none. Evaluation, you are at most in the upper middle class in the ninja school. Looking at his own panel, 4 cards, which was simply embarrassing for a time traveler, but chakra is generally linked to the body and spirit. As he grows, his chakra will probably surpass Kakashi's. Then there is the poor chakra control ability. Naraku finally knew why he couldn't learn the Shadow Clone Technique in a short time. His chakra amount was not high. His chakra control ability was poor. These two factors combined made a B-level ninjutsu out of his reach, but Naraku thought he should be able to learn it in a week. After realizing his shortcomings, Naraku put aside his training. He planned to practice chakra control during the daytime class. At Lady Naraku looked at Hideyoshi, who seemed to be doubting that his life was not for cats standing on the side of the road, and greeted him happily. Hideyoshi, what's wrong? Hideyoshi said to Naraku numbly, yesterday, after I finished inhaling the catnip you gave me, I lay on the side of the road. I have to say, your stuff is really pure cat. Hideyoshi also gave Naraku an affirmative look. I felt someone touching me, and the action was rough. At this time, Naraku seemed to see a little shyness on Hideyoshi. Naraku suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and could only blame Hideyoshi. The reason why it was touched secretly was because it did not abide by the 3 ninja prohibitions. Even ninja cats should abide by the 3 ninja prohibitions. And it shamelessly lay on the side of the road to seduce others to make mistakes. Later, Hideyoshi began to quibble, what catnip is not wine, it doesn't count. Cats are poor. Seeing that Hideyoshi was still explaining himself, Naraku directly let it take it to find the cat lady. Cat lady, here is the shuriken I forged before. Especially this shuriken, it's very good. Listening to Naraku's confident words, cat lady was a little surprised. She originally thought that this kid was just going to forge for fun. She was even prepared to return the rent to him after a while. Shurikens in front of her and found that each of them was a fine product. In particular, one of the shurikens with the Nai logo seemed to have broken through the limits of conventional shurikens, showing a sharper level than other fine shurikens. Soon, the prompt forger reputation from Granny Cat +1 appeared on the system panel. Naraku felt a little sour, but in order not to affect his daily life and fighting, Naraku still chose to do not disturb the message. At this time, Granny Cat finally recovered from the previous shock, and she confirmed again that this was forged by Naraku himself. Gave a very high evaluation to Naraku, as long as you don't die, you will definitely become a famous forger in the ninja world in the future. Naraku accepted Granny Cat's evaluation with peace of mind. Little Naraku, these shurikens are ordinary 200 taels each. Thoughts. Naraku found that the price of shuriken was much higher than he thought, so he agreed. Okay, cat lady, I agree. But you have to do some publicity for me, especially for the fine shuriken. You have to tell others that I forged it. Although cat lady felt that having a great reputation might bring some danger to Naraku, she considered that the ninja world generally would not kill blacksmiths and there was no record of entry into Konoha. So she agreed. Naraku continued, cat lady, I want to forge a finger. Naraku guessed, 100,000 taels. Cat lady shook her head and said, 500 grams of crude chakram metal costs 1 million taels. Naraku suddenly felt like the emperor's entrepreneurship was halfway through, but he died midway. He knew this thing was expensive, but he didn't Now it seems that this can only be used as an embellishment or to form patterns in weapons. The more critical problem is that he does not have the 1 million taels. As if seeing Naraku's difficulties, Granny Cat is ready to make an investment. Then I will give you a portion of chakram metal first, and you will forge weapons for me later. I will give you double the market price for conventional weapons and 10 times for fine products. In fact, he could buy iron ore. But forging pig iron is a waste of time. After finishing, Naraku practiced the shadow clone technique crazily in school in addition to daily forging. This day, Grandma Cat found Naraku, little Naraku, the weapons you forged are really successful. Now there is a small range of people in the market chasing after the weapons with the Nai logo. Yet, after all, these are fine products. Naraku just thought it was natural, because his proficiency improved, and now the shuriken and senbon weapons forged by Naraku are almost all fine products. Grandma Cat continued, little Naraku, can you forge some other weapons now? For example, Fuma shuriken and ninja sword? Some people want to customize some weapons after using the shuriken you forged. Naraku was waiting for this step. After all, his golden finger needs to create B-level weapons to work, and he lacks materials and opportunities now. So he said to Granny Cat seriously, Granny Cat, if there are such customers in the future wanted to forge some stronger ninja swords. Granny Cat thought for a while, if you are going to go the way of fine customized weapons, then you can open a store, and then sell your own fine weapons in the store. And provide customized weapon services. Naraku looked at Granny Cat and was willing to take himself out after trying the huge profits of his weapons. It just so happened that he didn't have time to go to the store, so Naraku asked Granny Cat to manage the store, and the income was 28. Naraku 8 and Granny Cat 2. Granny Cat agreed later, and then called out a cute girl Xin, who looked like she was in her teens. This is my goddaughter Xin, she will be in charge of the store in the future. Granny Cat continued, this is little Naraku, although he is still a student of the ninja school, but his forging skills are very high. Naraku also weapons were popular in a small range. Wouldn't that mean he would get a lot of blacksmith reputation? Naraku opened the system panel and looked at his blacksmith reputation. Blacksmith reputation, 112. Naraku raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he could draw again. After a long time, the family was busy. Naraku, who returned home again, started the lottery routine again. Bath, incense, fasting, meditation. In Naraku's opinion, these seemingly useless rituals. It is indeed useless, but at least this can ensure that he will not be so excited when it is time to guarantee the bottom later. This time, it is still the routine to draw a single wave first. Lottery in progress. Originally, Naraku had no limits in his mind. Years of life as a non-African made him understand that there would be no disappointment without expectations. So he watched the pointer rotate silently, determined in his heart that no matter where it turned, it would never break the defense. But as the pointer slowly approached the blue and slowly stopped, Naraku's mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK. Blue Kagaya Akita's chest binder. Fuck. What a sin. Naraku was completely defeated. Is this stupid forging system in Hook's brain? Finally got a blue one, but it's some kind of Akita underwear. He didn't taste the Akita panties last time. Pa. It's research. And here comes this again. Is he going to cosplay after getting the Akita suit, and then let Black Zetsu recognize his mother? Naraku took a while to calm down. Then he got angry and did 10 consecutive draws. Fifedi sanitary napkins *10. Awesome and delicious taro paste bobo milk tea *10 bottles. Crude iron *1000 kg. Thank you for your patronage. Green fine iron *10 kg, it is refined from ordinary iron ore using special technology. It has strong pressure resistance and heat resistance. It can conduct magic and is a metal needed to make weapons. Blue dangerous species water dragon beast *1, an aquatic dangerous species in the world of Akame no Mikoto. When in danger, it will enter a violent state. Boneless chicken feet 10 kg. Sauerkraut fish *10 bags. AD calcium milk *1 box. Blue orichalcum steel *1, a special and precious metal in the world of Akame no Mikoto. This lottery almost made Naraku cry. After all, he felt that he was possessed by the Emperor of Europe. He actually had 2 normal and usable blue items. And he was Naraku hurriedly took out refined iron and chakram metal, and then slowly injected chakra into the materials, and then found that the conductivity of chakra to chakra of chakram metal was better than that of refined iron, but the difference between them was not particularly large. And according to the description of the system panel, Naraku felt that the strength of refined iron would be stronger than that of chakram metal. Naraku thought that with 10 kilograms of refined iron in hand, he could definitely create a B-level weapon. The next day, Uchiha Mikoto did not come to wake Naraku up, and when Naraku woke up, he found that the morning 8 was over. Didn't travel through time to the morning 8, and still traveled through time to the morning 8? For the morning 8, Naraku could only say, I will go to the morning 8. Lu Haizu version. What's wrong with Uchiha skipping a class? Naraku was going to see his own shop, and he was very curious about who his first customer would be. Naraku followed the directions of the cat lady and soon arrived in front of the store. Seeing the name of the store was Ninja Cat Grocery Store, Naraku couldn't help but feel that it was simple and crude. When the cute girl Xin saw Naraku, she also said respectfully, Sir Naraku, why are you here? Naraku said that he just came to take a look. Naraku was just about to walk around the store when a hearty voice came from outside, Miss Xin, how about the custom weapons you mentioned before? Naraku looked at this person with it's Mr. Nawaki. This is the master Naraku who forged the exquisite shuriken before. Why don't you talk to Lord Naraku? Naraku was very happy when he realized that this person was Nawaki. He originally thought that the forging master would be a strong uncle or even a strong old man. However, Nawaka still said with good manners, "Mr. Naraku, I want you to forge a ninja sword for me. But the style needs to be specially made, do you think it's okay?" Naraku pulled Nawaka to find a place to sit down and said, "For swords, there are. Any other requests?" Rope Tree said, "This is a gift for Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru already has the Kusanagi sword, this sword is better to be a fine product." Hearing this, Naraku had a plan in his mind. "Oh? It's actually a gift for Orochimaru. If I say I can forge a sword stronger than the Kusanagi sword, do you want it? It's just that the budget may be a little higher." Naraku smiled kindly at Rope Tree. Rope Tree didn't realize that he was going to bleed hard. "How much does it cost?" "The cost price is 10 million taels. This is the price of my first custom weapon and this is a gift for Orochimaru. Otherwise, it will definitely not be so cheap. And you can wait for me to forge it before choosing whether to buy it," Naraku said confidently. Seeing Naraku so confident, and not even requiring a deposit, Nawaka had no choice but to believe it. Then Nawaka handed over a blueprint, asking Naraku to basically follow the appearance of this sword in the store for long, but went straight to the forging room without stopping. Now Naraku feels that his level should be enough to forge B-level weapons, and now that there is a chance to try, he is naturally ready to try. Naraku is going to forge an enhanced version of Kiri Ikemonji for Orochimaru directly. He thought about it carefully. White Fang's fighting style is not suitable for Kiri Ikemonji's ability. White Fang is more of a strong one-hit kill. And this one-hit kill is still based on it can be completed with a chakra short blade. He is more suitable for strengthening other abilities. Anyway, he definitely does not lack the ability of bleeding like Kiri Ikemonji. And Orochimaru has a much higher affinity with this sword. After all, Orochimaru likes to maneuver in battle. If there is some poison on the knife, it should be very good with the bleeding effect. Considering that this is his first time to forge a B-level weapon, Naraku is ready to bleed a lot. In terms of raw materials, Naraku took out a blue asterisk orichalcum steel, a blue asterisk dangerous species asterisk scyther, 1 kilogram of refined iron, and 500 grams of chakram metal. In terms of forging secrets, he also chose a secret that consumes more time in the secrets of forging tools. This secret is not quite the same as the previous secret of forging shuriken. The new secret technique takes longer and is more difficult than the previous one used to forge shuriken. That is why Naraku asked Nawaka to come back 3 days later. Then the hard forging began. On the first day, Naraku was busy in the forging room. He carefully put the Aurea steel and chakram metal into the high-temperature furnace and slowly heated them to the melting point. As the temperature rose, the two metals began to melt and fuse together, forming a strong and solid mixed substance. Next, Naraku performed a series of mysterious secret techniques, using spiritual power to guide the flow and deformation of the mixed substance, constantly adjusting its shape and structure to ensure that it can become an ideal main body backbone. After completing the initial shaping, Naraku picked up a sharp knife and accurately cut off the hands and feet of the flying mantis. These limbs were placed in a special container and carefully refined and processed to remove useless impurities and some tissues. Through complex processes, the truly valuable components were gradually separated and purified, and finally presented a black droplet-shaped substance. The next day, Naraku was concentrating on operating the equipment. He carefully dripped the black droplets into the main backbone, and each drop was like a seed containing endless energy and potential. These droplets seemed to have their own consciousness, quickly blending into the backbone, tightly combining with it, without any sense of disobedience, as if they were born to be part of each other. As the droplets were continuously injected, the main backbone began to undergo wonderful changes. In this process, the most critical step is to use black droplets to carefully carve special patterns on the main body of the material. These patterns are intricate, like mysterious runes and ancient spells, and each line carries special meaning and power. In this way, the energy in the black droplets can be stimulated to the maximum extent and perfectly integrated with the main body. As Naraku carved, the sweat on his head slowly flowed down. After 3 hours, Naraku finally completed the work. Then Naraku took out the last material he needed, refined iron. But Naraku thought about it and thought that the green level Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore might have other uses for people in the ninja world. So he also took out a portion of Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore to melt. Then Naraku melted the melted Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore and refined iron into one, and then covered it on the previous main body, and then used secret techniques. Finally, the thick body of the sword was formed. The third day. By the third day, Naraku had become a little tired. Looking at the sword in his hand, it was as if he was looking at some peerless beauty. And Naraku's energy seemed to be sucked away by this sword. However, Naraku calmed himself down and started the final forging work. Finally, the sword formed a clear shape after forging again and again. Of course, Naraku did not forget to add a unique logo in the process. It is not obvious now. In the future, weapons with this logo will definitely be very popular. Later, a scabbard more suitable for this sword will be made with the previous scraps. At this time, Naraku looked at the sword in his hand. Unlike the common knives in Japanese anime, this sword is double-edged. Without the injection of chakra, the whole looks black and looks ordinary. Only the user and the enemy will discover the true power of this sword. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging a B-level weapon, and reward lottery 100 times. Naraku appraised the sword in his hand again. Kiri Ikemonji, special edition. This sword is infused with the forger's efforts and uses a lot of precious materials, orichalcum steel, chakram metal, dangerous species, Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand, Gorilla Scarlet Ore, and refined iron. A variety of secret techniques of ministers were used in the forging process. It took 3 days to forge. In the end, it reached a level far beyond, has the characteristics of solid and sharp, and can smoothly conduct chakra. Skills: 1. Store a certain amount of positive chakra and use a particularly powerful blow on the enemy. 2. As long as the wound is cut by Kiri Ikemonji, it cannot be restored. Even if it is a scratch, the wound will always exist and cannot be healed if it continues to bleed. Physical sewing must be used to seal at least. It will take a week to stop the bleeding. Using advanced medical ninjutsu can reduce the bleeding time. Otherwise, you will bleed to death. Looking at the first skill of this sword to store Yang attribute chakra, Naraku knew that he had made the right bet. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this time, Naraku looked at his newly forged sword and turned directly into the Uchiha 4 Laughing Heroes. This sword is the starting point for him to reach the top of the ninja world. After dealing with personal hygiene, Naraku brought the Tong Yai Wenzi, special edition, to the cat grocery store. At this time, Rope Tree had been waiting in the grocery store. Mr. Rope Tree, this is the sword you need. After saying that, Naraku handed the Tong Yai Wenzi, special edition, in his hand to Rope Tree. Rope Tree also slowly opened the sword. Although it looks ordinary and tough and black. But Rope Tree felt a hint of the sharpness of this. Who said slowly. Rope Tree then took Naraku to the training ground. Naraku looked at the snake uncle in front of him and felt numb. Do you always ask the gift owner to come and try before giving gifts? Don't you need a little mystery? However, considering that the current snake uncle has not yet turned evil, and he is a dignified Uchiha, it should be fine. Should it be? Naraku could only bite the bullet and go up to greet, "Hello, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru also smiled and said, "Do you know me? I just heard that the 3 disciples of the 3rd generation are all first-class ninja geniuses, especially you, Lord Orochimaru." Naraku flattered him directly. "You are not simple either. Has 2 skills." Skills? The 2 were very curious, and secretly guessed whether it was a ninja sword skill like the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yes. First, store a certain amount of Posmonji cannot be healed, even if it is a scratch. The wound will always exist and will continue to bleed and cannot be to the problem, can't be healed. The wound was not healed. It's not that it can't be cured all the time, but if you want to cure it, you have to leave the battle and use physical sewing to block the bleeding for at least a week. Of course, using advanced medical ninjutsu can reduce the bleeding time. Naraku smiled awkwardly. Rope Tree couldn't help but say curiously, then as long as you cut the enemy and keep fighting, you can fighting with a strong enemy and not let him escape. Rope Tree. But in some special situations, not forget to teach Rope Tree. Naraku didn't want to talk about it. In fact, even he didn't know much about this weapon, so he wanted to see how effective it was in actual combat. Simply put, Naraku felt bored and wanted to see a river of blood. So at Naraku's suggestion, Orochimaru and his apprentice prepared to try out this sword that Naraku was confident of. And Naraku was observing the actual combat data of the sword from the side. Teacher Orochimaru, you have to be careful. I haven't tried this sword either. Rope Tree reminded Orochimaru. Orochimaru responded, Rope Tree, your worry is unnecessary. Are you still not confident in your teacher's strength? Naraku felt that it was completely unnecessary, thinking that even if Konoha exploded, Orochimaru would be fine. If only one person could survive in the entire Konoha, it must be Orochimaru. Orochimaru is truly the max in life-saving ability. Later, Orochimaru and Rope Tree formed an opposing seal, and the two began to fight. For Nawaki to attack. When Nawaki injected water attribute chakra into Kiri Ikemonji, the whole sword turned blue. The appearance of the sword was also greatly improved. The color changed. Is it related to the chakra attribute? Is there any special use for it? The Snake King was also observing. Nawaki was also very surprised by the color, and he loved this sword even more. Unfortunately, he was not a ninja who mainly used swords. He thought to himself that he would ask Master Naraku to make a suitable weapon later. Later, Nawaki and Orochimaru started a sword duel, and Orochimaru also took out his Kusanagi sword at this time. Of course, this sword duel was completely Orochimaru giving in to Nawaki. Nawaki had just graduated from the ninja school, and his strength was close to that of a Chunin, at most a Chunin. Facing Orochimaru, whose strength had surpassed the elite Jonin at this time, he was completely not enough. After a few blows, Orochimaru found that the sword in Rope Tree's hand was not inferior to the Kusanagi sword in his hand in terms of toughness and sharpness. Even because the sword in Rope Tree's hand was to burst out the Yang attribute chakra that he had secretly injected into Kiri Ikemonji before. Suddenly, an unmatched power was transmitted from Rope Tree's sword. The Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand was directly shaken out of his hand, and this power surprised Orochimaru. You should know that his strength is several levels lower than that of Rope Tree, although Rope Tree is a member of the Senju clan and has more strength. But the attack just now was indeed a bit powerful. Then Rope Tree took the opportunity to slash at Orochimaru's chest. In fact, Orochimaru could easily dodge this sword, even if he had no weapons in his hands. But Orochimaru wanted to try the second ability of this sword, so he accepted the attack without much defense. Seeing that he had scratched the teacher, Nawaki was very anxious and stopped fighting directly. Ding! Senju Nawaki becomes the temporary owner of the weapon and initially uses Kiri Ikemonji. Talent stealing is activated, which was very refreshing. Teacher, are you okay? I'll go find my sister now. Nawaki said to Orochimaru with concern. And Orochimaru was much calmer and said, no need, wait for me. Orochimaru began to try to use chakra blocking and some other conventional hemostasis methods, but found that there seemed to be a magical power in the wound that made his conventional methods ineffective. The more Orochimaru experimented, the more interesting he found it. Seeing that the blood on the teacher's chest could not be stopped at all, Nawaki was also a little worried. Orochimaru looked at Nawaki and said, it's okay, wait for me. He was ready to call Tsunade. Orochimaru could only terminate the experiment immediately. He performed the snake shedding technique without hesitation, and instantly replaced a layer of brand new skin. The magical thing is that the hideous and terrible wounds on his body disappeared quietly as the shedding was completed, as if they had never existed. Seeing Orochimaru recovering as before, Rope Tree breathed a sigh of relief. And Naraku also came over and said to Orochimaru and Rope Tree, "How is it? How about this sword? Is 10 million taels worth it? Mr. Naraku is really a great talent. After trying this sword, I feel that this sword is really stronger than many ninja swords in the 7 ninja swordsmen. 10 million taels is not enough to match the value of this sword. Orochimaru respects talents very much." "Right, right." Rope Tree also turned into a repeater. In fact, Orochimaru was more curious about how this sword was forged, but the forging technology here is a bit like the secrets of those secret families, which must not be passed on. So Orochimaru did not speak. And Naraku said calmly in the face of the two people's praise, "Lord Orochimaru, you can just call me Naraku. As for the value of this sword, I think it can only be reflected in the hands of the right person. If possible, you can use this sword to kill more enemies." And to Naraku's words, the former killed more enemies, which was natural. If there was a good weapon, he would definitely use it. And the latter promoted more, which made Orochimaru feel a little wrong. After all, some people in the ninja world are not very good. They are the ones who take advantage of others. Orochimaru confirmed again, "Are you sure, Naraku?" Naraku would naturally more than being forced to hand over the forging method of the servant tool and being locked up in a small dark room for forging. This is also the worst case, and even if he is locked up in a small dark room, he can become stronger faster. He will make the enemy regret locking up a monster. Naraku said firmly, "I want to be the strongest forger in the ninja world. This is a necessary step for me." Seeing Naraku's decisive answer, Orochimaru also seriously agreed and promised that he would protect him well within his ability. Rope Tree also expressed his support on the side. Naraku looked at the support of the two people in front of him and felt that he could do a big job, move and forge more weapons. And Naraku would not give up on the Thousand Hands bloodline in front of him. Naraku recalled the plot. This year is the 35th year of Konoha. If nothing unexpected happens, Rope Tree will be killed by a ridiculous detonating talisman next year, and he will die under the nose of Orochimaru. Naraku is not sure if there is any trick in this. If the protagonist is not destined to be killed by a detonating talisman, it is not a strange thing. But the reality is that the number of heirs to the Thousand Hands is constantly decreasing. Rope Tree died, and Tsunade is infertile for life. Many of the remaining ones were integrated into the village. There were also a bunch of people with Senju bloodline who participated in Orochimaru's experiment, hoping to awaken wood release. As a result, all of them died. Only one baby from a foreign race succeeded, but he could only do some greening. This made Naraku think wildly. But since Uchiha Naraku is here, Konoha will be peaceful. With Naraku here, Nawake will definitely not die in a short time. Even if Jesus comes, he can't take him away. Naraku said. He will definitely fleece this wool. And Tsunade should not fall in love with Kato Dan. That guy is handsome, but he is a short-lived ghost. To put it bluntly, he can't control her. Only Uchiha Naraku can control Tsunade. When the time comes, give birth to 10 or 20 children, and then arrange weapons for everyone. See if anyone can plot against the Senju clan? Only Senju Tobirama is not here, otherwise he would not be able to think of it even if he broke his brain. The evil Uchiha brat he mentioned was actually willing to do this for the continuation of the Senju clan. Of course, it is also possible to see such a shameless Uchiha Naraku, who directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to cut Uchiha Naraku into pieces. Naraku said directly to Nawake, "You are my first custom customer, so prepare the money well. Of course, you can also provide me with any good biological materials or metals. I will forge a weapon suitable for you." Nawaki also happily agreed. Orochimaru was also itchy when he heard Naraku talk about biological materials. After all, he specializes in biology. Orochimaru secretly guessed whether this weapon integrated a certain organ or limb of a creature into the weapon, but how can biological materials be combined with different metals? Orochimaru decided to go back and see what was special about this sword. When Naraku returned home, he saw the angry Uchiha Mikoto. Naraku, where have you been? You haven't been to school for 3 days. Your teacher Sarutobi Heiau is going to come to the Uchiha clan to find you. Naraku kept some of the recent events and told them. When he heard Naraku say that he had forged a ninja sword that was comparable to the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but say, Naraku, such a precious weapon, how could you sell it so easily? If you need money, the clan can buy it. Hearing Uchiha Mikoto's words, Naraku was a little helpless. This Konoha village has the brainwashing of the will of fire in front and the brainwashing of the family honor in the back. It seems that Hamikoto is for his own good. After all, such a precious weapon is easily sold. Some people in the clan may be dissatisfied with him, but Naraku doesn't care about this. The current Uchiha is too cowardly but also too arrogant. This magnanimity is not worth his excessive dedication at all. However, and he is now living under the protection of the clan. Naraku said to Uchiha Mikoto, I will never forget the clan. There will be some later, but they may not be interested in my weapons now. After all, some Uchiha are arrogant and think that they only need those eyes, and the others are useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting on his Hokage office chair, flipping through documents with his left hand and holding a dry cigarette in his right hand. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the door was slammed open. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even look up, but he knew who was coming. Hiruzen, I want to ask you for someone. The person who came was Shimura Danzo, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head, exhaled a puff of smoke, and then asked calmly, who is it? Danzo answered without hesitation, Uchiha Naraku. Hearing this, seeing this name, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became serious, and he immediately refused, no. He is the best forger in Konoha in the future. The dark environment of the root is not suitable for him. He needs a sunny environment to grow up. What's more, he is just a student of the ninja school. It is absolutely impossible for him to join your root. Danzo showed an expression of expectation, and he sneered and said, Hiruzen, it turns out that you already know this person. Then I must have a good talk with you. He is an Uchiha. If he can really create top-level weapons like Kiri Ikemonji continuously. Are you sure you can suppress the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed angry and said, Uchiha is a member of the village. I don't allow you to say that about them. Naraku is a good boy and will not forget the village. Didn't he give his first weapon to Orochimaru? Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was so hypocritical at this moment. Although he was filled with anger, Danzo still suppressed his anger and said, if the Uchiha clan has a ninja swordsman 7, and this ninja swordsman 7 also has Sharingan, can you suppress it? You know, they have always been eager for a clan leader to become Hokage. Or are you willing to pass the position of Hokage to the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger also rose instantly, and he roared angrily, I emphasize again that the Uchiha clan is part of the village, and Uchiha Naraku is also an indispensable part of the village. I will never agree to let him join your shady roots. Danzo responded coldly, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen also responded seriously, I am the Hokage. Danzo heard this and slammed the door and left without looking back. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. In fact, how could he not know the crisis that the Uchiha clan might cause? However, he still had enough confidence in himself at the prime of his life, and firmly believed that he could successfully suppress the Uchiha clan. And he was going to contact the child Uchiha Naraku to see if this child had the will of fire. The old man was very happy. Naraku finally managed to coax Mikoto away with all his persuasion. Now he has 100 chances to draw. It can be said that Naraku has never fought such a rich battle in his life. According to Naraku's guess, there should be a gold guarantee for this draw times. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Naraku still came up with the old 4 things devoutly. The system will first draw 10 times to see the situation. Ding! Lottery in progress. Facial cleanser *10. Candy *1 box. Green Hulk's underwear. Fried chicken 10 kg. Toothpick *1 box. Ham sausage *1 box. Green 20 Sea King. Sea King in the pirate world is a very powerful creature, belonging to the category of huge beasts. Blue 1 Orichalcum steel. Sunscreen *10. Mineral water *1 box. Naraku looked at the lottery results and felt a chill in his heart. The guaranteed immortal appeared again, and then looked at a bunch of useless ordinary items. Naraku directly asked the system to block grey items, and only green and above items were displayed later. The next step is to draw 90 times. Ding! Lottery in progress. Blue 12 pieces of Orichalcum. Blue dangerous species, Iron Beast, Earth Dragon, Poisondragon. Gold special dragon-like dangerous species Tyrande, a live dragon-shaped dangerous species. Because of its strong adaptability and vitality, the cells of the dragons are still alive after being made including Evil Spirit Entanglement, Shura Incarnation Noble Chariot, and National Protection Machine God High Throne. Green 20 Sea King type 13 pieces. Green 100 kilograms of refined iron. Naraku looked at the 13 pieces of Orichalcum, which means 13 pieces of B-level ministerial tools. The combination of the dragon-shaped dangerous species Tyrande and the armor Imperial forging secret technique can forge the Evil Spirit. Evil Spirit, the armor Imperial weapon made of the ferocious dragon-shaped dangerous species Tyrande. After calling, the solid armor will automatically fly out and enhance the ability of the wearer. The Imperial weapon boasts of its iron wall-like defense and is equipped with an auxiliary weapon red-backed shrike. Because it is a great burden on the wearer, ordinary people will die if they wear it. The hidden ability is to stimulate the biological characteristics of the material used, and it will become transparent for a short time. The ability to continuously evolve. Due to the characteristics of the material, it is even immune to very special exclusive Imperial weapon of the male protagonist in Akame ga Kill. It can be said that due to the characteristics of the Imperial weapon, it has unlimited possibilities. However, Naraku looked at the forging conditions and found that this Imperial weapon requires at least 10 pieces of Orichalcum metal. This made Naraku face agitation. After thinking for a while, Naraku decided to forge the Imperial tool first, and then slowly produce the subordinate tools using daily reputation points. And the Evil Ghost is undoubtedly an A-level weapon, and the system may also reward 1000 lottery opportunities. Of course, Naraku is not sure, so he needs to forge more subordinate tools to practice, and it is best to use blue materials combined with the Imperial tool forging secrets to forge several times. But there is one thing that makes Naraku feel very special. The system specially marks that this dragon-shaped dangerous species Tyrande is alive. Naraku doesn't think that his strength can subdue this special dangerous species. So before forging this Imperial tool, he needs to pull a few strong men to help subdue this dangerous species, and even forging this Imperial tool cannot kill it. If Tyrande is killed, the forged Imperial equipment will lose the characteristic of infinite evolution. The value of the Imperial equipment will even drop by 1 level, and it will become a noble chariot. Avatar of Shura Noble Chariot, an armor-type Imperial equipment developed based on the prototype of the Evil Ghost, which is superior to the operating armor in performance, but does not have the transparency ability of the operating armor, nor does it have the powerful explosive power of the operating armor. And the last National Guardian Machine God Supreme Throne. Naraku didn't expect to forge this Imperial weapon. The Guardian God Supreme Throne, the first and strongest, known as the Supreme Imperial Vehicle. It is said that it has the ability comparable to that of gods, and only those with the blood of the Emperor can use it. The secret technique is Purge Mode, which combines alchemy and the characteristics of Imperial weapons. The appearance changes to dragon shape, and the user will be eroded by the Imperial web is also improved. The conditions and materials required for this Imperial weapon are too difficult. Naraku doesn't think that this is an Imperial weapon that can be forged by one person or a few people. There is no need to think too much about the Sea Kings rewarded later. Use the previous food processing technology to process them to increase your strength. And the blue dangerous species Iron Armored Beast, Earth Dragon Beast, and Poison Dragon Beast should be able to forge several ministers according to the specific situation. Considering that no one came to customize weapons now, Naraku continued to practice the Shadow Clone technique. Previously, Nawaka used Kiri Ikimonji to reward one card of Chakra, and Naraku felt that he should be able to learn the Shadow Clone technique to perform this ninjutsu with more Chakra. Although the clones Naraku created now are all weaklings. Finally, after 2 hours of training, Naraku finally learned the Shadow Clone technique. Touching his stomach, Naraku decided to go out and see if there was anything delicious. Walking on the road, Naraku suddenly saw a smiling and wretched middle-aged man. Naraku felt a little familiar and took a closer look. It was at this glance that he recognized that this was the middle-aged version of Sarutobi Hiruzen who had given a speech in the ninja school before. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called Naraku, "Naraku boy? I want to talk to you." Naraku had no choice but to go over, after all, he was the boss of the village, and he couldn't refuse his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about 40 years old, couldn't find anyone stronger than him in the whole village. "Sandaime-sama. What's the matter?" Naraku asked, pretending to know nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly, "Little Naraku, I heard that you want to become the most powerful blacksmith, and you have achieved some success." Naraku knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to brainwash him. The two of them were very happy. "Sandaime-sama, I want to eat ramen. Do you want to go together?" Naraku interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's spell casting by taking advantage of his childishness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. "I am the Hokage. Then let's go to the ramen restaurant in front together. I will treat you to ramen. I am a little hungry." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile again. Naraku responded with a smile, "Thank you, Sandaime-sama." The two of them chatted while eating ramen. "What do you think of the village?" "The village is everyone's home." "What do you think of the Will of Fire?" Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. Naraku felt that this little old man was wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen is only about 40 years old now. The wretched uncle should be preparing to do a will search on him. Facing this, Naraku was naturally not in vain. The will of fire is that the predecessors burn themselves to provide nutrients for the people behind, and the people behind pay for the people behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find any problems with this answer, and searched again. "Then what do you think of the village and the family?" "There is a family only when there is a village, and there are many families before there is a village. Only when the village, the big family, exists, can the family, the small family, survive better." Naraku thought to himself, "The premise is that everyone divides the cake fairly." Naraku continued to answer with full marks. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the exquisite answer and suddenly felt a little pity. It's a pity that Naraku is an Uchiha, otherwise, with this child's understanding of the Will of Fire, he can completely become a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly asked the most critical question, "Little Naraku, you are very talented in forging. How do you plan to distribute the forged weapons in the future?" Naraku had been waiting for this question for a long time. "I want to be the most powerful forger in the ninja world. So as long as the weapons I forge are suitable and can reach the cost, I am willing to give them to every strong person in the village to try. I don't want the weapons I worked hard to make to be taken away by the enemy. If the village has any good materials, they can also be handed over to me, and I am also willing to forge some weapons. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very happy to hear that this child did not limit his vision to the family. But he did not notice that Naraku's vision was not limited to a village or a country. Sarutobi Hiruzen also became proud. The village is the backing of your dream. If you need any help, you can come to me. After eating the noodles, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged a few words and left with satisfaction, and also helped Naraku settle the bill by the way. Naraku thought, there should be fewer obstacles in the future. In fact, the current ninja world is not peaceful at all. Fighting factions in various villages have gradually risen, and frictions on the border have never stopped. As the sun shines through the window, Naraku is ready to go to school for a long time to play with his friends and keep in touch. Naraku is very interested in Uzumaki Kushina or the Nine Tails in her body, but he can only contact her through Namikaze Minato now. Naraku walked directly to Uchiha Mikato's house without any scruples. At this time, Uchiha Mikato was eating breakfast, and Uchiha Ayako next to him was serving. Seeing Naraku coming, Uchiha Mikato was also very happy to invite him to have breakfast together. Uchiha Ayako was very dissatisfied with the little Naraku in front of him. She didn't understand why the granddaughter of the great elder of the Uchiha clan liked to play with this orphan in front of him. Instead of the clan leader's son Uchiha Fugaku, because of this Naraku, the relationship between Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku became more and more distant. But she couldn't change Uchiha Mikato's mind. Sarutobi Heian couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw the rare guest Uchiha Naraku. He didn't know why his clan leader asked him to take care of this Uchiha. He did make preparations, but this guy didn't come to class all the time, and he couldn't go to the Uchiha clan to find him out. Namikaze Minato was a little concerned about his friend's absence for a few days, and leaned against Naraku to ask about it. Seeing Xiao Yang's concern, Naraku didn't hide it and said directly, I have been forging a ninja sword for Lord Orochimaru in the past few days. Listening to Naraku's words, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but express his admiration. Is it Lord Orochimaru? Naraku, the ninja sword you forged must be very powerful. Naraku was waiting for this sentence. It's just a ninja sword that can conduct chakra and has a civilian ninja. After hearing about such a powerful weapon, I couldn't help but have stars in my eyes. But when I thought about my limited money, I could only echo the praise. Uzumaki Kushina felt a little uncomfortable next to Minato Namikaze. She didn't understand what was so good about this Uchiha pretty boy in front of her. It seemed that he had seduced Minato Namikaze's soul as soon as he came. Uzumaki pepper, but said to Minato Namikaze seriously, you are my first male friend in the ninja school. I will forge a powerful weapon for you for free. Don't rush to refuse, just wait until you become powerful in the future and repay it well. Minato Namikaze was directly hit by this. This situation is like your friend saying that he will buy you a house and a luxury car, and you will repay him when you have a promising future. Namikaze Minato wanted to refuse out of politeness, but Uchiha Naraku offered too much, so he could only agree with a blushing face. Only here there is no such custom, otherwise you must say, if you are not good enough, I am willing to worship you as my godfather. Little Pepper saw that she did not bring back Namikaze Minato's soul at all, and she was even more angry. Sarutobi Hiro on the podium could no longer bear it, so he had to ask the three to leave together. Standing at the door, Naraku looked into the distance and couldn't help but feel that this was a rare experience. After all, he had never experienced standing in the corner after graduating from high school, and he still stood outside the door. Naraku looked at Namikaze Minato who was coaxing Uzumaki Kushina and suggested, let's go for a barbecue. This strange brain circuit directly confused Uzumaki Kushina. She always thought that she was the most arrogant person in the whole ninja school, but Slee at all. She suddenly felt a little liking for this pretty boy Uchiha. Then he immediately agreed, and at this time, Minato Namikaze, a good student, had no choice but to go with them. It was hard for a good student like him to become good friends with these two scoundrels. The three of them came to the wild, and Naraku pretended to take out the ingredients from the storage scroll. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the AD calcium milk that Naraku handed them curiously, took a sip, and immediately felt that the drink in front of her was sweet and delicious. Sea Kings and processed this special ingredient with the food processing method he had learned before. It can only be said that it is worthy of the green level technology. The Sea Kings processed with this special technology are extremely delicious. And Naraku feels that eating this thing seems to accelerate growth. Naraku seems to feel that after a while, others can say to him, "Are you sure you are only 8 years old?" The three of them touched it with AD calcium milk and drank it all. Then the new milk was replaced. Uzumaki Kushina seemed a little drunk and said to Naraku, "Uchiha Naraku. I, Uzumaki Kushina, am willing to call you the best in barbecue." And in the distance, Sarutobi Hiraiya shed tears. The third-generation master asked Naraku to have a bond with the people in the village, and the other was to have a bond with Uzumaki Kushina and the people in the village. He definitely completed the two tasks well. But the way these people completed it was a bit wrong. And he also wanted to eat that barbecue. It was not until the afternoon that Naraku found out that there was a practical class in the afternoon. ISE Lingkong vs. Yashida Koichi. With Sarutobi Hirayu's order, the two civilian ninjas formed a seal of opposition and started fighting. Naraku also watched the two civilian ninjas fight with relish. ISE Lingkong took the lead in using shuriken to shoot at Yashida Koichi, and Yashida Koichi also used shuriken to shoot back. Shurikens collided and fell in the air, and Yashida Koichi and Isery began to fight in close combat. Then Yashida Koichi used a substitution technique to deceive Isery and punched Isery, followed by a series of suppressive attacks. In the end, Yashida Koichi won the battle. Naraku watched the battle of the civilian ninjas in the ninja school, wondering why the students in the ninja school were so weak. But he knew it when he thought that the graduation requirement was at most the assessment of the three-body technique. In fact, even civilian ninjas can most of the battles still rely on close combat. This is the sadness of civilian ninjas. Think about Sakura in the original work, who took the Chunin exam to fight Ino. As a result, the most common way for the two of them was to swing their fists. Ino at least had the heart turn technique, but Sakura really had nothing, and this was still the theoretical tyrant in the ninja school. The next one was Namikaze Minato vs. Han Bengzing. The two were still civilian ninjas, but Minato Namikaze was better in shuriken use, reaction speed, and timing. So Minato Namikaze won the victory quickly. Even Naraku, a rookie, could see that Minato Namikaze was a rough diamond. Of course, even a rough diamond needs to be developed well. If Minato Namikaze didn't have a teacher Jiraiya, maybe ordinary Jonin was the ninjutsu in the sealed book. Not to mention fairy arts, which is something ordinary ninjas can't even dream of. Uchiha Naraku vs. Uchiha Kata. Uchiha Kata, the kid, stood there with a scornful smile on his face, and then taunted him unceremoniously, "Naraku, let's see who will be severely punished today. I want to let you know how powerful I am." His voice was full of provocation and confidence. Uchiha Naraku listened to the other party's words and couldn't help feeling helpless. He really couldn't figure out how he had provoked this brat, and why he always had such strong malice towards him. He frowned, and asked with a hint of doubt in his tone, "What did I do wrong? Why do you always keep staring at me?" Uchiha Seeing widened his eyes, straightened his body, looked directly at Uchiha Naraku, and said without disguising, "It's because you don't look like a real Uchiha at all. Moreover, you are so close to Uchiha Mikoto." Uchiha Naraku said slowly, "If the Uchiha you imagine are all idiots like you, then it's really not like it. And Uchiha Mikoto is not an item, I will definitely marry her." In fact, whether it was before or after Naraku awakened his memory, he had always been a little arrogant in his bone, like an ordinary Uchiha brat. Not quite the same, this is also because the Uchiha type brat has always been unhappy with Naraku. Back to the battle, after Naraku finished speaking, the Uchiha type broke through the defense. He rushed over with his fist raised. He also cursed, "You actually look down on Uchiha." Naraku was not afraid at all, and he fought with the Uchiha type rookie. The level of the two is actually similar, but it is obvious that the Uchiha type has lost his composure. Naraku found a flaw and punched him. The Uchiha type who was beaten up immediately formed a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Originally, Sarutobi Heian looked at the Uchiha type and was ready to organize this battle, but he found that Uchiha Naraku also formed a seal at the same time. Fire style. Since Naraku had a lot of chakra, even if his control over ninjutsu was similar to that of his opponent, Naraku's fireball was still relatively large. So after offsetting Uchiha's fireball, Naraku's fireball continued to fly towards his opponent. Uchiha tried his best to dodge this attack, but before he could react, Naraku took advantage of the collision of the fireballs and used his shadow clone to beat him up. Uchiha was defeated in just a few moves. Uchiha Naraku looked at the kid and said, "If you are really proud of Uchiha, you should learn to be humble and stronger." After preaching to the young man, Naraku felt sour and refreshing. Is this the pleasure of winning a fight and preaching to the opponent? If there weren't so many people now, he would have wanted to use his fingers to drill his temple and say, "You are so good." The winner is Uchiha Naraku. As Sarutobi Heian announced the result, the audience below began to chatter. "I thought Uchiha Naraku was finally won. He is so handsome. It's a pity that he has a woman he likes. But he is not married yet. There is still a chance." As this sentence was said by a girl, the other girls looked at Uchiha Naraku with a dangerous look. Uchiha Naraku didn't care about these women at all. After all, excellent boys are always remembered by others. Uzumaki Kushina came over to Naraku without any "aha. You are so humorous." Naraku replied. The atmosphere in the study room of the Uchiha clan leader was a little tense. Uchiha Kyunyu, the current Uchiha clan leader, was listening to the report of his subordinates with a gloomy face. And what the subordinates were talking about was about Uchiha Naraku, recently. The subordinate's tone revealed a hint of disbelief. At only 8 years old, he actually successfully forged a weapon comparable to the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Shadow, and gave it to Orochimaru. Uchiha Kyunyu frowned. "Such a talent, why didn't we discover it before? It's really surprising, clan leader. His previous performance has been mediocre, but I didn't expect him to have such a talent." The subordinate replied. "Moreover, he gave such a treasure to an outsider." Uchiha Kyunyu's voice was dissatisfied. "Is this a sign of dissatisfaction with our Uchiha clan?" Just then, he still saluted respectfully. "Father, what made you so angry?" "Fugaku, how much do you know about Uchiha Naraku?" Uchiha Kyunyu asked, looking directly into his son's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then replied, "He was not outstanding before, and his talent was just average. He was not very sociable in the tribe, so I know him limitedly." "So, how is his relationship with Uchiha Mikoto?" Uchiha Kyunyu suddenly asked. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. Why did his father suddenly ask this question? He hesitated a little and replied, "The relationship between them should be pretty good." "Just good?" Uchiha Kyunyu's tone revealed an unquestionable majesty. Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that his father had always valued Uchiha Naraku, not to have conflicts with him because of women. Uchiha Kyunyu said coldly, "I will arrange a marriage for you with the granddaughter of the second elder." Uchiha Fugaku felt bitter. Can the granddaughter of the second elder compare with Uchiha Mikoto? Uchiha Mikoto's appearance is also at the absolute top level in the Uchiha clan, and her personality is also very good. It can be said that she is a beauty similar to Yamato Nadeshiko. The most important thing is that he really likes Uchiha Mikoto. I don't know One is called Uchiha Itachi and the other is called Uchiha Sasuke. The eldest son Uchiha Itachi will shoulder the responsibility of the Uchiha clan, and he is outstanding in talent and very filial. The younger brother Uchiha Sasuke's ability is relatively not so outstanding, but he is also far ahead of the children of the same clan, and he is kind and cute. Always by his and Mikato's side, taking care of them in their old age. Brotherly love and respect will also be widely circulated with the rise of the Uchiha clan. What a pity! He knew that his father's decision was unquestionable, but he still felt unwilling to give up Uchiha Mikato. However, he could only suppress this anger in his heart. He thought to himself, damn Uchiha Naraku! The hatred of stealing his wife is irreconcilable. But he also knew that he couldn't directly retaliate against Uchiha Naraku if he wanted to succeed the clan leader. At this time, only a piece of plum blossoms could represent Uchiha Fugaku's mood. On the other side, Uchiha Min, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, also learned the news. He called his granddaughter Uchiha Mikato to his side, wanting to know about Uchiha Naraku. Little Mikato, how is Naraku doing recently? Uchiha Min asked gently. Uchiha Mikato was shocked. She was worried that her grandfather knew about Naraku. So she hesitated for a moment and then answered, Grandpa, Naraku has been doing well recently. Wutsuto deeply and said, Mikato, you are my most beloved granddaughter. I don't want you to do stupid things because of a man. Uchiha Mikato lowered her head. She knew that her grandfather. There was something behind his words. She sighed inwardly, then raised her head and said, Grandpa, I understand. The elder nodded, then said, Then, can you call Uchiha Naraku? I want to have a meal with him. Uchiha Mikato's heart moved. She knew that this was an opportunity for Grandpa to get to know Uchiha Naraku in person. She nodded, then turned and left the room. On the way to find Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha Mikato's heart was full of mixed emotions. She hoped that Uchiha Naraku could get Grandpa's approval, but she was afraid that he would be punished for what happened before. She knew that her Uchiha Naraku on the other side didn't know these things yet. Naraku now felt that he had made some achievements in Ford's house and rang the doorbell. After a while, a beautiful but pale woman opened the door. Hitaki Michael looked at the child in front of her and couldn't help but wonder whose child this was. Naraku was also looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, wondering if this was Kakashi's mother. Then she found that she didn't seem to know the child in front of her, so she asked, Child, what do you want? Naraku also showed a harmless smile that was unique to a kid and said, Is Lord Sakumo here? I have something important to discuss with him. Hitaki Michael looked at the child in front of her and thought that there was no threat, and Naraku looked pretty good. He shouldn't play any pranks. So she let Naraku in. Hitaki Sakumo and Naraku sat on the sofa with their eyes wide open. Finally, it was Naraku who broke the silence and said, Lord Sakumo, my name is Naraku. I believe you have heard of my reputation. I want to forge a sword for you. Hitaki Sakumo was directly silenced by Naraku's words. I thought about it in my mind. Naraku seems to be a famous blacksmith in Konoha. He forged a Kiri Ikemonjang attribute chakra are not particularly helpful to him. And he is quite used to using Hitaki's short blade. So after waiting for a while, Hitaki Sakumo explained the situation to Naraku. The old man was very happy. Naraku was speechless when he heard what Hitaki Sakumo said. He had not given Kiri Ikemonji to Hitaki Sakumo because of this. But now Hitaki Sakumo is doubting his ability. You must know that things change over time, so don't bully a poor young man. In order to become stronger, Naraku explained to Hitaki Sakumo, I can't only forge weapons with those two functions. And I can directly upgrade Hitaki Broken Blade. Lord Sakumo, you don't want your beloved sword to be abandoned by you because it can't keep up with your strength or is easy to damage, right? It's not clear in Hitaki. Hitaki Sakumo finally got interested. Although his fighting style was rarely to use weapons to directly fight against other weapons, he actually wanted to extend or strengthen his Hataki short blade. However, since his Hataki short blade requires extremely strong chakra conduction ability, this means that a large amount of chakra metal is required in the forging raw materials. This greatly increases the cost of weapon extension. The Hataki short blade in Hataki Sakumo's hand can be said to be a chakra metal weapon passed down from generation to generation that he could solve this problem. He has several precious materials that have excellent chakra conduction ability and some other characteristics. Although their chakra conduction ability may not be as good as chakra metal, it is also very strong. He can use these metals to replace the ordinary metal in the Hataki short blade, and then achieve the effect of expanding the Hataki broken blade. The final effect is that the overall conduction ratio of the Hataki short blade has not decreased, but the strength ability can be greatly improved. Naraku also asked Hataki Sakumo to choose the ability of the Hataki short blade: Speed Enhancement, Short-Term Burst, Earth Attribute Attack, Poisoning. You need to choose two of these abilities. Hataki, he never thought that an 8-year-old child would have such a magnanimity. He even felt that if the age difference between in his swordsmanship, and he was ready to teach him all his swordsmanship. And he was ready to protect the future of short-term burst without too much thought. As for the earth attribute attack and poison, he didn't need them. What he needed was extreme speed and a sword that could break all laws. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be in a situation. Naraku communicated with Hataki Sakumo about the details of the weapon and drew several drawings for Hataki Sakumo to choose one. Later, Naraku took Hataki Sakumo's short blade away. Hataki Miko watched Naraku take away the short blade that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Hataki family. She wondered if her husband had been defrauded. Shouldn't she let this child in? Naraku, who got the Hataki short blade, was about to do something big, and Uchiha Mikoto came over. After knowing that Uchiha Mikoto's grandfather Uchiha Min wanted to see him, Uchiha Hanaraku suddenly felt a little bit jealous. This old man is not easy to deal with. As the leader of the Hawk faction of the Uchiha clan, he is a very stubborn old man in Naraku's eyes. But he couldn't refuse, because he was afraid that he would be tied up and go to see him when he was forging. At this moment, Naraku felt the pain of insufficient strength. He didn't need the strength of Senju Hashirama. Even if he had the strength of Senju Tobevil. I will do it myself. Let's see who can disturb him from forging in the future. After the QQ, Naraku took a bath and went to see Uchiha Min. At the dinner table, Uchiha Ayako consciously left the room after the dishes were served. Uchiha Min smiled and said to Naraku, "Little Naraku, what are you busy with recently?" Naraku, who was eating, put down his chopsticks. He knew that the dispute had begun. Some time ago, I forged a Kiri Ikemonji for Lord Orochimaru. Now I am going to recast a Hataki short blade for Hataki Sakumo. Listening to Naraku's arm turning outward, Uchiha Min did not show an angry expression directly. Years of struggle have long taught him to suppress his emotions. Then when are you going to forge weapons for the Uchiha clan? Naraku continued to play dumb. Isn't it enough for Uchiha to have the Sharingan? Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto was a little anxious. After all, although the old man in front of him seemed very kind, he has always been a ruthless character who kills people overnight. Uchiha Min was silent for a while and responded, "This is indeed the problem of Uchiha. The young people in the clan are too arrogant. Listening to the stories of Madara-sama, they think that it is enough to have the Sharingan. They look down on this and that. In fact, what they don't know is that Uchiha Madara is far beyond the level of ordinary people in terms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu." Taking advantage of Uchiha Min's speech, Naraku took a few more mouthfuls of rice, and then said to Uchiha Min, "I will make weapons for the clan, but I hope I won't make weapons for the weak. I don't want the weapons I make to be taken away by the enemy one day." After that, Naraku said goodbye to Uchiha Min and said goodbye to Uchiha Mikoto before leaving. The two of them were very happy. Uchiha Min looked at Naraku's back and slowly smiled, thinking, this kid is tiring me. He is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside and has the pride of Uchiha. It's mainly this confidence and appearance, which can only be matched by me, Uchiha Min, when I was young. Then Uchiha Min said to his granddaughter, Misaki, you can get in touch with little Naraku more in the future. Although Uchiha Misaki didn't know what made her grandfather change his attitude, she nodded obediently. After a night's rest, Naraku returned to the forging room again. Naraku made hand seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke appeared. Behind them were 3 clones of Naraku. Naraku only recently remembered that he could use the clone technique to increase his forging speed. 10 kilograms of refined iron, a portion of green Gorilla Scarlet iron sand and Gorilla Scarlet ore, and the last Hotaki dagger. Naraku's main body first slowly took out the non-chakra metal impurities in the Hotaki dagger. Clone number 1 processed the water dragon beast, which is a one-eyed long fish. The main clone number 2 is smelting orichalcum metal and processing the remains of Scyther. This is mainly to integrate the essence of Scyther into the tail and then smelt it again. Clone number 3 is processing refined iron and green gorilla flagwood short blade. The clone number 2 immediately melted the smelted orichalcum steel metal and formed a strong and solid mixed material. Next, Naraku performed a series of forging secrets to forge the mixed material and draw specific patterns. Then, the essence of the flying mantis extracted by number 2 was melted into the main body of the sword body, and the special patterns were carefully carved on the main body of the material. Then Naraku took out the refined iron processed by number 3 and the green Gorilla Scarlet sand iron and Gorilla Scarlet ore. Fill the skeleton of the sword body. Soon the sword embryo was formed. Naraku forged the sword embryo, and gradually under Naraku's forging, the sword embryo took shape. At this time, due to Naraku's previous reservation, there was a circular hole on the hilt of the sword embryo, and Naraku printed the one-eyed water dragon beast on it. The last time the secret technique was used to carve the pattern. Finally, it is the international practice for forgers to leave their own mark nigh on it. This sword looks very special. It still maintains the design style of double-edged blades, showing its unique offensiveness and practicality. The hilt is inlaid with the eye of a water dragon beast, exuding a mysterious and majestic atmosphere. The overall sword body presents a pale tone, giving people a cold and hard feeling. Looking closely at the sword body, you can see some mysterious patterns carefully engraved on it. These patterns are intricate, like ancient spells, making the whole sword full of mysterious power. Naraku appraised the sword in his hand again. Water Dragon Sword, Special Edition B and level weapon. This sword is infused with the hard work of the forger and uses a lot of precious materials, orichalcum steel, chakram metal, dangerous species, Gorilla Scarlet sand iron, Gorilla Scarlet ore, and fine iron. A variety of secret techniques of ministers were used in the forging process. It took 1 day to forge. In the end, it reached a level far beyond the original weapon. This sword is bladed on both sides, 1.2 meters long, with the characteristics of solid and sharp, and has a strong ability to conduct chakra. Skills: 1. After activating the Water Dragon Eye, the combat power will be strengthened within 3 minutes, and speed of movement will be greatly improved within 3 minutes, and it will be relatively tired after use. 3. It has a strengthening effect on the chakra of a single attribute. Naraku looked at the sword in front of him and just felt very handsome. 2 active and 1 passive compared to the previous Flagwood short blade has been greatly improved. With these skills, Flagwood Sakumo should be able to exert a more terrifying dominant power. After that, Naraku did not sleep, but used the time before going to bed to use the Gorilla Scarlet sand iron, Gorilla Scarlet ore, and fine iron to forge a sea-level toy knife for himself. Of course, even the toy knife mentioned by Naraku is a fine product that is infinitely close to the B-level existence. Naraku mainly uses it to train swordsmanship with Flagwood Sakumo later. It's not that he doesn't want to. Give himself a better one. He is not in any danger in Konoha now, and most of the materials he has are not suitable for forging swords but more suitable for forging armor. Even if he has the materials and good luck to forge an A-level weapon, it would be funny if others rob him because he has a good weapon. His current goal is to quickly forge good weapons for the strong chance to forge an ultimate life-saving weapon for himself, preferably with a survivability that can compete with Orochimaru, so that he can do things more wantonly. The next day, Naraku, who was refreshed, used the shadow clone technique as usual to split a clone to go to the ninja school. Now he basically does not go to the ninja school without practical classes. Then Naraku rushed to Hatake Sakumo's house. Hatake Sakumo must have been a little anxious. After all, he was a swordsman who almost never let go of his sword. If his sword was not with him, it would be like not having tissue paper with him when rewarding himself. It was very thrilling. At this time, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage office, Shimura Danzo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a flat tone, that Naraku kid is very happy recently. He is very close to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and has a connection with Hatake Sakumo, not to mention the people inside the Uchiha clan. He is a member of the village. He is allowed to have a good relationship with anyone he wants. This is the bond. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. Danzo sneered and said, "Don't forget, he is an Uchiha. You haven't forgotten that Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails to try to destroy the village. What is he going to do as an Uchiha to frequently contact the strong men in the village who have not taken sides?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, "Enough. I don't allow you to doubt anyone in the village casually, even if he is an Uchiha. Just give up on this idea. I will not transfer him to the root." Danzo said quickly, "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Then he left immediately without giving Sarutobi Hiruzen the opportunity to say that I am the Hokage. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit, but Danzo was very happy. He didn't come to ask for Naraku this time, but buried the seeds of doubt in the heart of this old friend, waiting for it to sprout slowly. The old man was very angry. When Naraku rang the doorbell of Hatake's house again, a flash of lightning flashed, and Hatake Sakumo appeared in front of Naraku. Looking at Hatake Sakumo, who was pale and had weak steps, as if all his vitality had been taken away, his originally straight back was slightly bent at this moment, like a deflated ball. Looking at his eyes again, which should have been sharp like an eagle, now became dull. Hatake Sakumo said with a little anxiety, "Is my sword forged?" Naraku could only say that he really didn't understand swordsmanship, and he became like this just because his beloved sword was not around. When Naraku took out the water dragon sword, Hatake Sakumo's eyes were instantly attracted by it. Hatake Sakumo trembled and took the familiar yet unfamiliar sword. "Try it." Naraku smiled and gestured. Hatake Sakumo's eyes suddenly became serious. When Hatake Sakumo slowly injected his chakra into the water dragon sword, the entire sword body slowly turned golden with the injection of lightning chakra. Hatake Sakumo was a little surprised by the changes in front of him, but he didn't pay too much attention to this detail. Instead, he slowly sensed his chakra and found that the conduction of chakra in the water dragon sword was stronger. A fighting method is to use lightning chakra to stimulate the body to achieve a faster speed. And using lightning chakra to inject into the sword increases the lethality of the sword, and then supplemented by extremely strong reaction and high swordsmanship to achieve the purpose of one-hit kill. Ding! At the same time, Naraku slowly said the three skills of the water dragon sword one by one. As Naraku spoke, the shock on Hatake Sakumo's face was very useful for him. Although each one was only 3 minutes, and there was a short negative buff, for a strong man of his level, 3 minutes could already do a lot of things. He liked the passive single attribute chakra enhancement more, which directly enhanced his combat power, and it was permanent. It can be said that this passive alone raised his upper limit a little. Hatake Sakumo was also excited to see the prey, and immediately demonstrated a wave of Hatake swordsmanship in front of Naraku. When Hatake Sakumo activated, the two actives of some surrounding buildings or objects had changed. After 3 minutes, Hatake Sakumo's figure slowly appeared. Naraku looked at the 8 dog-headed statues that appeared around Hatake Sakumo as the center, and on Earth escape techniques. Who did he learn from? So this is the reason. Hatake Sakumo was standing in the middle of the circle pretending to be a peerless swordsman, isolated and independent. In fact, his body was already exhausted from using 2 skills at the same time. But as a master, his dignity did not allow him to show any sign of weakness. Ding! Hatake Sakumo has become the master of the Water Dragon Sword, and has begun to use it. Talent stealing is activated. Hatake Swordsmanship, the swordsmanship passed down from generation to generation in the Hatake family, is mastered at the elementary level. Talent stealing is activated. Hatake Swordsmanship is mastered at the intermediate level. Ding! Hatake Sakumo has reached the advanced level in the use of the Water Dragon Sword. Talent stealing is activated. Hatake Swordsmanship is mastered at the advanced level. With the 3 consecutive dings of the system, many memories of Hatake Swordsmanship emerged in Naraku's mind, as if he had been learning and using Hatake Swordsmanship for many years. From beginners to beginners, from beginners to masters, from masters to some success, from some success to mastery. When Naraku opened his eyes again, a sharp sense of swordsmanship suddenly appeared on him. Hatake Sakumo was also stunned by Naraku in front of him. Could it be that Naraku learned and mastered Hatake's swordsmanship just by watching him demonstrate it once? Even comprehended his ownless swordsman in the future. Naraku, don't be mad, I just didn't see anything with my unawakened Sharingan. I didn't even see where you are. What the hell is the swordsmanship you are learning? The 2 people behind are very. After a brief exchange of greetings, they went back to their homes. Hatake Miko looked at her husband who was slumped on the sofa. If she hadn't believed in her husband's male virtue, she would have almost thought that her husband had gone out to fight with a coquettish bitch. Hatake Miko guessed in her heart, it's that Naraku again. The last time he came to her house, her husband's will was sluggish for several days. So Naraku is a coquettish bitch? On his way home, Naraku was analyzing why Hatake Sakumo's reward came so quickly. He guessed that this sword should be highly compatible with Hatake Sakumo. After all, it was a recast of the Hatake short blade that Hatake Sakumo had been using, which achieved an effect similar to proficiency inheritance. Naraku suddenly had a not-so-good guess that talent stealing or talent stealing brought by B-level weapons may not be able to steal certain talents or bloodlines. In fact, Naraku wanted more of Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship talent or Nawaka's Senju clan bloodline, but the results were fixed rewards. Naraku can only wait for the number of weapons to increase later to analyze. Ding! Orochimaru becomes the owner of the weapon Kiri Ikimonji, and initially uses Kiri Ikimonji, and activates talent stealing, summoning technique Triple Rashomon, inheriting the 5-layer Rashomon of the first generation Hokage. The big mouth that opens without scruples is the defensive wall Rashomon summoned to absorb all attacks. The first gate that withstands the attack from the front, the second gate that reduces the power of the attack, and the third gate that spreads the pressure of the attack. According to these 3 gates with different functions, the power of all attacks has been greatly reduced when they come to the operator. Intermediate Mastery. Ding! Orochimaru uses the weapon Kiri Ikimonji to kill the rock shadow Chunin Iwatashi, and the effect of the Undead Legion is activated. The rock shadow Chunin Iwatashi has now been collected into the Death God Temple exclusive to the blacksmith. Orochimaru used the weapon Kiri Ikimonji to kill the rock shadow Chunin Iwatashi, and the effect of the Undead Legion was activated. The rock shadow Chunin Iwatashi has now been collected into the blacksmith's exclusive Death Temple. Looking at the information in front of him, Naraku knew that Orochimaru used Kiri Ikimonji to get off to a good start. It was still a kill 2 at a time. Judging from the name, they are the Unlucky Brothers. As for the summoning technique obtained by talent stealing, Triple Rashomon, Naraku can only say that this ninjutsu is still good. This ninjutsu has extremely strong defensive power. It can even resist the tailed beast ball when it is strong. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. This was the first time that the skill of the undead army was used, and Naraku's consciousness entered the death temple. Then he saw two middle-aged men with ordinary looks standing inside blankly, and Naraku tried to summon them out. Naraku, who returned to the real world, looked at the two stupid chunin in front of him and directly ordered them to fight. The two suddenly began to fight seriously, first with the ninja's usual shuriken shooting, then close combat, and then used the substitute technique or clone technique to paralyze the opponent in the middle. Chunin A used a earth escape rock iron cannon technique, spitting out a small stone from his mouth, and then the small stone continued to grow in the air, like a solid cannonball, smashing towards the meat Chunin B. Chunin B used earth style, earth and land return, slapped his hand to the ground to flip the land in front of him to form a large stone slab to resist the opponent's attack. After 3 minutes, the two figures suddenly disappeared and returned to the Death God Temple. Naraku was quite satisfied with these two people. Although they seemed to have lost their wisdom, their fighting instincts were still quite high. It was just that the time was a bit short, only 3 minutes, and I don't know if there would be any changes for stronger ninjas. After the experiment, Naraku stretched and prepared to have a midnight snack, so he found a place with a good view and suitable for watching the moon and started to grill the Sea Kings with the Sea Kings. Suddenly, a man dressed as an Anbu with a monkey mask appeared in front of Naraku. The monkey Anbu said, "Naraku, Hokage-sama wants to see you. Come with us." Naraku looked at the Anbu in front of him and felt more and more wrong. First of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have nothing to do to find him at this time. Secondly, the style of this group of people is a bit wrong. It's more like the root than the Anbu. Naraku said to the man in front of him, "Since it is the Sandaime who is looking for me, then where is the Hokage warrant?" Monkey Mask naturally couldn't produce any warrant, so he said to Naraku in front of him with a threatening tone, "Uchiha Naraku, I advise you to go with us." Listening to the threat of the man in front of him, Naraku knew that he was 99% likely to meet Danzo's people. Naraku thought that there was a high probability that he was not in danger, but if Danzo, the old bastard, had a brain injury and forced himself to threaten him with something else, or even killed him, who would he go to for justice? Naraku said to Monkey Mask, "Can you wait until I finish eating the barbecue?" Monkey Mask said coldly, "I advise you not to keep the Sandaime-sama waiting for too long. For the last time. Come with us." Naraku was furious at this time, this dog Danzo is really disgusting. Naraku directly picked up the barbecue grill and smashed it towards the root, stretched out his hand, and pulled out the toy knife he had forged before. Using chakra to stimulate the body, he chopped at Monkey Mask with the Hotaki sword technique. Monkey Mask didn't expect Naraku to jump up, and couldn't react at all. He could only desperately use the instant body technique to avoid the knife. After all, Monkey Mask is a special ninja of Konoha village, and his strength is naturally extraordinary, but facing Naraku's extremely sharp knife, he remained calm, flashed his body, and instantly performed a superb instant body technique, avoiding the fatal blow like a ghost. However, despite successfully avoiding the knife, Monkey Mask's arm was unfortunately cut, and blood gushed out immediately. He endured the severe pain, quickly mobilized the chakra in his body, and used medical ninjutsu to stop bleeding and heal himself. He made seals with both hands, and a powerful chakra energy surged out of his body and gathered at the injured arm. Under the effect of chakra, the wound gradually healed and the bleeding gradually stopped. Monkey Mask said with a little anger and indifference, "Since you don't cooperate well, don't blame me." Naraku was a little disappointed when he saw that his sneak attack did not kill the enemy, but he also knew that although he had mastered the Hotaki sword technique at a high level, but he did not have the thunder attribute at all, so it was difficult for him to exert a faster speed. In addition, his hard power was insufficient and he had not had time to practice the Hotaki sword technique properly, so he could not exert the strength of the Hotaki sword technique at all. But Naraku was not ready to give up resistance, and he used the shadow clone technique with a seal. Naraku and the three clones looked at each other, and rushed to the root of Monkey Mask with their swords. With 2 shurikens and a punch, Monkey Mask solved Naraku's shadow. Naraku! A clang sounded, and Monkey Mask's a large piece of iron was broken off the technique to move behind Naraku and punched Naraku with great force. Naraku had no time to dodge and was directly hit far away by this punch. After taking this punch, Naraku felt as if his internal organs were displaced, and he lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Naraku, who has always been arrogant, thinks that he is a time traveler with a golden finger, and has always been indifferent to Konoha. Now he can feel the dark side of Konoha relatively intuitively. Still needs strength. His purity is still too low. Ninja world, only when the strength is in his own hands can he be qualified to do other things. Without the strength to save his own life, the higher he stands by relying on other things, the more miserable he will die. Naraku, the enemy. Monkey Mask looked at the 2 strangers in front of him, not knowing where they came from. He quickly formed a seal and used the shuriken shadow clone technique. A huge number of shurikens shot at the enemy. Facing the shooting of shurikens, the Rock Shadow Ninja brothers simultaneously used Earth Style, Earth-Land Return, slapped their hands on the ground to flip the land in front of them to form a large stone slab to block Monkey Mask's shuriken. In fact, Monkey Mask knew that the mission had failed at this point in the battle, but he wanted to make a final attempt. He formed a seal and used the Fire Style, Phoenix Fire technique, spitting out fireballs from his mouth continuously. With the interference of the Phoenix Fire technique, to Monkey Mask's surprise, the enemy he hit did not bleed, but turned into mud. He felt something was wrong, but there was no way to avoid it. The 2 brothers, Iwatashi Yui and Iwatashi Shimo, used Earth Escape and their bodies to completely fix the Monkey Mask. Naraku mercilessly cut the Monkey Mask to collect the bodies on the ground. At this time, Naraku quickly took the Iwagakure brothers into the Death God Temple, and he also ran home quickly. Naraku ran home panting and looked at himself in the mirror. A small Megatama appeared in Naraku's eyes, and Naraku knew that he had awakened the Sharingan. The first time he saw a young man, he was so drunk. Naraku admired his Sharingan carefully, as if he was appreciating a work of art. Despite his shortness of breath, Naraku did not feel the confusion, pain, and fear he felt when he first killed someone. Perhaps it was because of the blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps it was the influence of the crazy nature deep in Naraku's heart. His mouth gradually curved. At first, the smile was very weak, just a light chuckle. But as time went on, the laughter gradually became louder, more and more arrogant and wanton. Finally, Naraku laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed in the air, as if to involve the whole world. After laughing for a while, Naraku restrained his smile. He didn't know why he liked this feeling a little bit. He finally knew why the 4 Uchiha's laughing heroes liked this kind of loud laughter. After calming down, Naraku began to review his previous battle. It can be said that his purity was too low. He had a lot of chakra and superb swordsmanship but did not play a particularly strong role. This was related to his failure to digest his own conditions. If it weren't for the Monkey Mask who always wanted to capture him alive without hurting him too much, he didn't know how many times he would have died. And although the Monkey Mask was a special ninja, the special thing should be in the non-combat aspect, which is likely to be a hidden ability. He urgently needed time to further utilize his own advantages. First of all, he urgently needed to obtain Thunder Attribute Chakra and practice Hotaki swordsmanship. Secondly, he needed to learn more ninjutsu. Although he could rely on swordsmanship to break all laws with one sword. But he also needed various ninjutsu to assist. And it was difficult for him to reach the level of breaking all laws with one sword in a short time. But he still has time. He decided to move to Mikato's house tomorrow. He wants to see if Danzo dares to send people to the Uchiha hinterland to cause trouble. At the same time, Shimura Danzo was hiding in his root office, waiting for his men to arrive. Suddenly, who killed him now? Danzo murmured, "It seems that it's not that easy to ask you to see me." Uchiha Naraku. The next day, Naraku came to Uchiha Mikato's house with his bedding rolled up. Uchiha Mikato looked at Naraku, who was rolling up his bedding, and her little head was filled with great doubts. "Naraku, what are you doing?" Naraku smiled seriously and said to Uchiha Mikato, "I am here to be a child husband and son-in-law, Mikato. Our child will have your surname in the future. Uchiha is okay." Uchiha Min looked at Naraku but was not angry. He was experienced and felt that things were not that simple, so he said to Mikato, "Go and help your child husband clean up a room." Uchiha Mikato said coquettishly, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? When did I say I would marry Naraku?" "It's marry me, not marry me," Naraku corrected. Uchiha Mikato didn't say anything but glared at Naraku. Later, Naraku looked at the room that Mikato cleaned up and couldn't help but exclaimed, "She is worthy of being a famous virtuous wife and mother in the original work. I will be blessed in the future." Later, Naraku used his shadow clone as usual and went to school with Uchiha Mikato. Uchiha Min found Naraku and said, "What happened?" Naraku just said that Shimura Danzo's people came to find him, and he escaped with some means. Uchiha Min did not show too much anger but said lightly, "This is the village. The malice of the Hokage family. This kind of thing will not happen to the head of the Inoshikajo, nor to the head of the Hyuga clan. But it can happen to the head of the Uchiha clan. You stay here in the future." Naraku looked at the old man who left. He felt that the leader of the Uchiha Hawk faction was not as simple as he thought before, and he was a little too inflated. It seems that the original character's seemingly stupid operations may have some smart people who saw something. It's just that he is limited by insufficient strength and lack of information, which makes it impossible to turn the tide. On the balcony, Tsunade and Noeke were chatting on the rooftop. Noeke was begging her sister Tsunade, "Sister, just give me the necklace. I know you want to give it to me as a gift for my 12th birthday." Tsunade said helplessly, "How can you ask for a gift yourself?" Naoki thoroughly exerted his spirit of crying, making a fuss, and begging his sister Tsunade to give him this gift. Finally, Tsunade couldn't stand Naoki's annoyance, and finally, she gave this gift to Naoki in advance. Naoki took the gift and put it on with a smile. Naraku found Hatake Sakumo, who was resting at home, and Hatake Sakumo said happily, "You are finally here. Naraku. I said I would teach you swordsmanship before." Naraku also said to Hatake Sakumo respectfully, "Sakumo-sama, I came here for this. I have always wanted to see the swordsmanship of the Hatake family." In fact, Naraku came here mainly to obtain the legitimacy of Hatake's swordsmanship, otherwise it would be a bit unreasonable for him to learn all the Hatake swordsmanship after seeing Hatake Sakumo use it once. Hatake Sakumo said slowly, "In fact, Hatake's swordsmanship is not very difficult, it mainly requires talent, a lot of practice and personal understanding. There are not many things that really need to be memorized. First, it is the primary mastery. This level does not require too much chakra technology, the main thing is to attach chakra to the sword and use your own movement. Then, make some conventional attacks. If you want to reach the intermediate level of mastery, you must learn to use chakra to further improve your speed. Moreover, at this stage, there will be some new changes in the swordsmanship. The direct impact of these changes is that the attack power becomes more powerful and the speed of the sword becomes faster and fasting attribute chakra. Not only that, you also need to fully stimulate the lightning chakra and integrate it into your body and weapons. Only in this way can it be called the perfect state of Hatake swordsmanship. And in this state, the caster can bring the power of lightning to its fullest. Each sword contains the force of thunder. Next level would be, but Naraku also expressed his understanding. On the other side, Hatake Sakumo If Naraku could master Hitaki's swordsmanship at an advanced level, Hitaki Sakumo would probably go completely crazy. After all, he felt that he had a little talent, but he had just broken through the advanced level to reach perfect mastery. He even persuaded Naraku to completely devote himself to the embrace of swordsmanship, but it was a pity that Naraku was a family member who knew his own business. He mastered Hitaki's swordsmanship entirely by relying on the golden finger, and he did not have lightning attribute chakra. He could not reach the advance. After the wedding, the two sides of the wedding were in a mess. Naraku's life has been stable for a rare period of time since he moved to Uchiha Mikato's house. During this stable time, Naraku practiced Hitan an evening. 3 meals a day are crazy about Sea Kings. The result is that Naraku's ninja strength is steadily increasing, and his forging skills are infinitely close to A level under polishing. These changes are not very obvious. The most obvious change is the height. Naraku has changed from a 1.2 meter tall kid to a 1.7 meter tall boy. Unlike the appearance of a child, Naraku can now be said to be a beautiful boy praised by everyone. During this period, due to the changes in height and appearance, Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Min were the most shocked. Uchiha Min even said behind his back more than once, "Is this fucking 8 years old?" Because Naraku only took 2 months to grow taller than him. But Naraku was also a little worried, he was only 8 years old and so tall. In the future, he will continue to eat processed Sea Kings, so that he will not grow up to be 3 meters tall like the 3 admirals of the Navy. The height, when they walk together, the picture will be too beautiful. When the 3 of them walk together, it is likely that the position of Uchiha Mikato and Tsunade's faces will be the same height as Naraku's GG. But Naraku plans to talk about it later. There is always a way to solve the height problem. He can't give up the opportunity to become stronger quickly because of this reason. Naraku opened his personal panel for the first time in a long time. System member level, primary. Name, Uchiha Naraku. Age, 880. Chakra attributes, fire, yin, yang. Sharingan, unopened single Megatama. Physical strength, CB+. Chakra, 1.42 cards, card, Konoha Jonin Kakashi's chakra amount. Chakra control ability, poor average. Ninjutsu, clone jutsu, beginner master, transformation jutsu, beginner master, substitution jutsu, beginner master, fire style, great fireball jutsu, beginner master, master, summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon, Hitaki sword jutsu advanced mastery, fire style, great fire extinguishment, master. Physical jutsu, Uchiha fluid jutsu, beginner master. Illusion jutsu, magical Naraku no jutsu, master. Evaluation, your strength has reached the level of an elite Chunin, and you can even go head to head with some special Jonin, but it's a pity that Chunin is just cannon fodder. Naraku automatically ignored the system's discouraging words. The elite Chunin at this stage is still very powerful. Wait until the later stage, that's the collapse. So Naraku prepared to continue to polish his forging skills and walked towards the forging room. Now Naraku can be said to be staying at home, especially since the change of the help, but asked Naraku, "Naraku kid, how did you do it? You grew so tall in 3 months. This is the talent of the Uchiha clan, you won't understand. Alas, come and eat." Naraku looked at Uchiha Min sarcastically, and then threw a portion of Sea King barbecue to Uchiha Min. It's a pity that this old man hasn't eaten much bran for so many years. Uchiha Min's veins popped up on his head, thinking, kids are kids, even if they look like adults, they still talk so irritatingly. You little brat, have you awakened your Sharingan? Naraku did not reveal that he had awakened the Sharingan, because generally speaking, the earlier a person awakens the Sharingan, the higher his talent is. Naraku did not want to attract attention. I did not discriminate you with my 3 Megatama Sharingan, but you discriminated against me instead. Evil Uchiha brat, I will kill you right here. Naraku saw Uchiha trying to do something, and ran away. Uchiha still had some face after all, so he did not chase him. He just looked at the barbecue in his hand and fell into deep thought. Naraku came to the forging room and began to hone his forging skills. Open the Sharingan. Yes, Naraku found that opening the Sharingan could observe some details of the forging process more carefully during the forging process. I don't know what Uchiha Madara would think when he saw this scene. I guess Madara would be very pleased to see his juniors develop. Ore and refined iron began to be smelted, and a blade blank was gradually formed with the unique forging technology. Then came Naraku's original secret pattern. This pattern was invented by Naraku after summarizing the forging technology of servants. He wanted to see if he could forge servants without using biological materials. With the completion of the last pattern, the temperature dropped, and the whole knife was completely completed. Naraku looked at the standard ninja sword in front of him and used the appraisal directly. Standard B ninja sword, fake forger. Naraku turned it into a ninja sword that could not be forged, but due to the inherent deficiency of ninja sword materials, this ninja sword can only be used once. Skill, charged slash, input chakra into the ninja sword, and then the ninja sword will emit a powerful sword energy to cut the enemy. The more chakra input, the higher the damage. Ding! Forger level, B+, A forging room bonus, A forging room bonus. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Naraku laughed out loud, not just because of this ninja sword. But his forging technology finally broke through the B end level and reached the A level. This means that he can finally forge the A level armor of the demon entangled body. After a while, Naraku restrained his smile, although he was a boy who loved to laugh. But now there was no audience laughing alone, he felt that something was missing. After Naraku put the standard ninja sword into the system space, he was ready to find rope tree, because the biological material required for forging the demon entangled body, the special dragon-shaped dangerous species Tyrande, was alive and had to be forged alive. With Naraku's current strength, he had no way to deal with this. Needed to shake some people. Naraku, who came to the door of the Senju clan, knocked on the door again, but this time the person who opened the door was not Rope Tree but Tsunade. Naraku looked at Tsunade in front of him. Her long golden hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, shining with charming light. Tsunade's face was extremely delicate, and every detail exuded a unique charm. Her slightly upturned mouth corners revealed a hint of cuteness, but also concealed a hint of cunning. Tsunade's upper body was wearing a snow-white dress, which formed a sharp contrast with her golden hair. Although she was only 22 years old, Tsunade already had an extraordinary plump chest. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. While Naraku was observing Tsunade, Tsunade was also observing the person in front of her. Naraku is now 1.7 meters tall, with a straight figure, like a poplar. The loose robe covered him, but it did not reduce his style at all, but made him more outstanding. His face was well defined, and he was handsome with a hint of unruliness. The black pupils were full of depth, which made people fall into it. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Even if Tsunade was not a love-brained person, Tsunade, who was in her youth, looked at Naraku in front of her under the influence of hormones, and she felt like she had fallen in love at first sight. Naraku, who is only 8 years old now, will not be affected by hormones. Seeing that he was blushing, Tsunade said, "Tsunade-sama, is Nawaki at home?" Tsunade also quickly responded and said, "No." Tsunade searched the memory in her mind and didn't know who this Naraku was. The only thing she knew was that he was an 8-year-old kid named Naraku, and it was said that he was very good at forging. "You come in first," and his face was also confused. He didn't know this person either. "Nawaki, I'm Naraku, the Naraku who made Kiri Ikemonji." Naraku could only remind him again. Nawaki asked her, "Lord Orochimaru." Naraku did not directly answer Nawaka's question but stated his needs. Rope Tree did not hide anything and told Naraku that Orochimaru was out on a mission and might take a long time to come back. Naraku remembered that the Second Ninja World War would begin next year, and guessed that Orochimaru should go to the border of Konoha. No wonder Orochimaru killed 2 Iwagakure ninjas before. Master Naraku, why do you need Teacher Orochimaru's help? Can I help? Rope Tree asked. Naraku said, I am going to forge a powerful ninja tool for you. This ninja tool can provide the owner with strong defense and other combat power enhancements. But it needs to be made of a terrifying creature as a material. I need someone to help me subdue that creature. This creature has strong adaptability and vitality, and it is not something that ordinary ninjas can subdue. It even requires this ninja to master a powerful sealing technique. Tsunade naturally knew Naraku's forging skills. Now that Naraku is forging this powerful ninja tool for her brother, she naturally stood up. Can I? Naraku nodded and shook his head. Sir Tsunade can, of course, but it is not enough. But it is better to find another strong person to help. Sir Tsunade, can you find him? Naraku originally wanted to find Hatake Sakumo, but current strength is not as good as Sarutobi's. She is also at the top of Konoha. If even you can't do it, the creature you need is the tailed beast? But since Naraku said so, she was going to look for Jiraiya. Just needed to contact Jiraiya. Relying on Jiraiya's speed, he could arrive in half a day. The next day, the forest outside Konoha. Naraku, Rope Tree, Tsunade, and Jiraiya walked in the forest. Rope Tree, Master Naraku, where is that dangerous creature? Naraku looked at the empty space in front of him and said, it can be here. Master Tsunade, are you ready, Toad Sage? Tsunade nodded and said, I'd like to see what dangerous creature it is. Jiraiya shook his head and said, what dangerous creature would I, Toad Sage Jiraiya, be afraid of? Naraku silently chanted to release Golden Special Dragon Dangerous Species Tyrande, alive. Ding! Golden Special Dragon Dangerous Species Tyrande, alive, has been released. With a roar, a strange creature appeared. The creature's head is shaped like a kangaroo's, but its entire face is very ferocious. It has 6 eyes, 2 larger main pupils and 4 relatively smaller secondary pupils, all of which are bright red, like burning flames, revealing a bloodthirstiness that is chilling. The inside of the mouth is densely packed with sharp fangs. It has a sturdy body and is covered with black hair. It has thick limbs and sharp claws on its palms. In addition, there seem to be some spikes or protrusions on the creature's back and tail. Overall, this creature gives people a bloodthirsty, powerful, and mysterious feeling. Naraku hurriedly pulled the Rope Tree away from the scene quickly, leaving the battlefield to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked solemn, and the pressure brought by Tyrande from the top of the food chain also made them feel it. The two bit their fingers and slapped them on the ground. Psychic technique. 2 huge smoke flashed, and 2 behemoths appeared on the battlefield. Tsunade said, Slug. Please. The slug said in a girl's voice, Okay, Tsunade-sama. Bunta was surprised and said, Jiraiya, what the hell is this? It's so ugly. Jiraiya, boss, this thing is mainly because of its strong vitality. Be careful and go. Bunta also drew his long sword. Tyrande came to the ninja world and quickly adapted to the environment of the ninja world with his strong adaptability. As time went by, it also felt the natural chakra. A large amount of natural chakra was pouring into its body. This violent influx of natural chakra made its body stronger. As time went by, it would become even stronger. Although Jiraiya has not yet fully mastered the Sage Mode, he also sensed the powerful natural chakra merging into Tyrande's body, and he secretly groaned in his heart. Tsunade didn't know this, and directly ordered the slug, attack with acid. Devouring natural chakra, naturally had no time to dodge, and a large amount of corrosive acid immediately splashed onto its body. The hair on Tyranda's body was immediately corroded, but its hard skin was resisting the corrosion, and this resistance brought it great pain. Tyranda then roared again, and this roar seemed to be assisted by natural chakra. It was very powerful. Everyone present was shocked by this roar with a little natural chakra and covered their ears. The enemy was in great danger. Remember, Tyranda has a strong vitality. It has a strong adaptability. It is very likely that the same attack or similar attack will have less and less effect on it or even be ineffective. So you must attack fiercely. Naraku shouted. Hearing Naraku's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt even more difficult. As time went by, a large amount of natural chakra continued to gather in Tyranda's body, and Tyranda's body size continued to grow, gradually increasing from the previous 7 meters to 10 meters. Jiraiya naturally discovered this situation and said to Tsunade, "Hurry up, that thing is getting stronger." Turning around, he ordered Bunta, "Use a knife." Bunta jumped high and slashed at Tyranda's neck with a knife. Tsunade and dodged Bunta's knife with a jump, but was hit by the slug's acid again. This time it didn't roar, but fled far away. Tsunade and Jiraiya naturally would not allow such a dangerous species to escape, and drove the summoned beast to chase it. However, Tyranda seemed to disappear for a while. It is almost impossible for Tyranda, who is 10 meters tall, to hide himself, but Jiraiya, who was standing on the head of Toad Bunta, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A feeling of extreme danger surged into his heart, as if a sharp blade was hanging above his head and could fall at any time. This feeling made Jiraiya start to form seals and perform ninjutsu without hesitation. He mobilized the chakra in his body, making his long silver hair instantly hard as iron, and quickly wrapped around his body, forming a solid shield, ready to meet the upcoming attack. At the same time, Wen Tai also noticed something was wrong, and he waved his weapon in his hand, trying to attack the invisible enemy. However, at this moment, Tyranda swung its huge claws violently and grabbed Wen Tai fiercely. With a swish, a deep claw mark suddenly appeared on Wen Tai's arm, and blood gushed out. Jiraiya was not spared either. He was also not seen, her eyes condensed, and the chakra in her body surged wildly. A powerful chakra gathered in her fist. Then, she swung her fist fiercely, with a fierce momentum and a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and hit the dangerous species Tyranda fiercely. With a loud bang, Tyranda was blown away like a cannonball, her figure drew an arc in the air, and then hit the ground heavily dozens of meters away. A big pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. Tyranda's body continued to slide forward under the action of inertia, breaking thick trees one by one. Finally, it stopped and lay on the ground in a mess. Obviously, Tsunade's strange power punch caused it a lot of damage. But Tsunade saw that the body of this damn dangerous species was still recovering rapidly, and Tyranda's body was slowly dissolving into the gen. Jiraiya said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, use the slug's mucus to slow it down. I will use fire jutsu to attack." The slug spit out mucus again. This time the mucus was not very corrosive, but it was very sticky. The two watched Tyranda struggle violently after being hit by the mucus, and then they realized that the damn guy was pretending to be weak. Maybe he was thinking of waiting for someone to get closer and then attack again. "Bunta. Toad oil," Jiraiya said to Bunta. Toad Bunta also agreed. It had just been scratched on the arm by Tyranda. This taste was not comfortable. What it wanted now was to roast the monster with fire. Toad Bunta's mouth bulged and opened his mouth to spit. A large amount of toad oil like petroleum sprayed towards Tyranda. Jiraiya began to make hand seals and use fire jutsu to help. Fire jutsu combined with toad oil produced a more powerful flame. This is the most powerful fire escape technique that Jiraiya has mastered, toad oil flame bullet. Tyranda screamed madly under this terrifying flame, but this time Jiraiya and Bunta suppressed their discomfort and continued to perform ninjutsu. Gradually, Tyranda's screams became quieter and quieter, and finally her whole body stopped struggling and fell to the ground. Jiraiya slowly ended his fire escape until Buntaya had vomited all the toad oil in his stomach. The people present saw that the surface of Tyranda's body, which had been so arrogant before, had been carbonized. Just when Jiraiya was about to seal this monster, Tsunade swamp, allowing Tyrande to slowly sink into the swamp. When Tyranda's body was halfway submerged, it revived again and began to struggle violently. As it struggled, its previously carbonized skin was slowly falling off. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Tyrande taking off the new skin under the carbonized shell, and their faces were a little ugly. They completely understood how exaggerated Naraku's terrifying vitality and strong adaptability were. And with the adaptability of this creature, if it continues to live, will it be immune to most escape techniques one day? Tsunade and Jiraiya saw that Tyrande couldn't move, and prepared to make another move. Tsunade's eyes turned cold, she took a deep breath, then jumped high and punched with unparalleled strength and speed, hitting Tyrande's left side. This punch was like thunder. At the same time, Jiraiya was not to be outdone. His right hand condensed powerful chakra, and a huge raised nan gradually formed in his hand. With his roar, Jiraiya attacked Tyrande's right side with the big raised nan. Only two dull noises were heard, and Tsunade's fist hit Tyrande's left side hard. In an instant, Tyrande's left side was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and it broke directly, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Splat! The powerful rotation and destructive force abraded a thick layer of flesh and blood from Tyrande's right body, revealing the white bones inside, which looked shocking. The whole scene was extremely bloody and violent, which made people shudder. Finally, after repeated attacks, Tyrande finally calmed down. Jiraiya quickly used the 5 elements seal to seal Tyrande in the scroll. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both panting, while Slug and Bunta saw the end of the battle, said hello to the two, and returned to the spirit world. The battle was over, and the two of them were in chaos. Naraku and Nawaki watched the battle end and came to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Nawaki, who was obsessed with his sister, quickly asked about his sister Tsunade's condition, and Tsunade said she was fine. Jiraiya said to Naraku, "Are you sure you want to use this monster to forge armor?" Naraku told Jiraiya, "Toad Sage, don't you see the horror of Tyrande? The armor forged by Tyrande will be a living armor. It has Tyrande's terrifying defense, attack power, strong adaptability, and terrifying evolution ability. And Tyrande's previous ability to be invisible can also be obtained." As Naraku explained, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also slowly walked towards the village. Some people in the village had already known about such a big commotion, but when Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, he asked everyone else to disperse, but he couldn't drive away the shameless Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Jiraiya, "What happened just now? Where did that monster come from?" Jiraiya and Shimura Danzo were both shocked. "You grew 50 centimeters in 2 months?" Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was a little too uncomfortable, because his current height in his prime was only 165, and his height might decrease when he got older. Naraku had already prepared a lie, "I have awakened a new bloodline limit, which can summon some strange creatures. But this summoning is random, sometimes it summons living creatures, sometimes it summons dead creatures. Sometimes it can summon the next one quickly, and sometimes it takes a long time. I ate a fish that looked delicious, so I grew a little faster." Except for Nawaki, everyone present was considered to be a relatively knowledgeable person in the ninja world. It was the first time they heard of this bloodline limit, and it was awakened by an Uchiha. They were all a little skeptical. Only Nawaki said, "Wow, this ability is simply too strong. Master Nerli." Regardless of whether everyone believed it or not, Naraku continued to talk about the monster forging. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo learned the details, they couldn't help but be a little silent, especially when Naraku talked about his idea for the new armor. Danzo's heart was like being scratched by 10,000 cats, and he kept saying in his heart, "I want it. I want it." His greedy expression was a little bit revealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was much more determined, and said to Naraku, "Little Naraku, you are the future of the village. You must pay attention to your own safety. If there is such a dangerous thing in the future, you can come to me." Shimura Danzo also temporarily suppressed his greed and said to Naraku, "If you need to find the route, you can." Naraku couldn't help but admire Danzo's face. "You old dog called people to catch me before? Now you still want my good stuff? Wait, I will definitely find by the necklace on Noe's neck. Isn't this the first generation necklace that is said to kill anyone who gives it to him? In the original work, the first generation, as the owner of this necklace, died young. Then Tsunade gave it to Noes, and Noes was killed by the detonating talisman the next day. Then Tsunade gave it to Kato Dan, whose internal organs were smashed to pieces. Tsunade, who had become a medical ninja at this time, tried her best to treat him but was unable to save him. Tsunade also suffered from hemophobia because of this. Then Tsunade, who was restored to confidence by Uzumaki Naruto, chose to give it to Prince Naruto. When Naruto wanted to completely transform into the Nine Tails, he was suppressed by the power of the first generation contained in it, so he chose to crush the necklace. In the end, he successfully. Naraku took the necklace from Rope Tree's neck and said to others, "This necklace will be embedded in the surface of the armor when it is forged later. You can take it off later if you want." Rope Tree relaxed after hearing this. This was his fire. The powerful encouragement of Ying Meng. Naraku also used the system to identify it. First generation necklace, A level. It was originally a relic of the first generation Hokage, and can restrain the power of Jinchura Ki. Naraku plans to inject this thing into the armor as a safety or catalyst. He thinks that if the armor evolves to a certain degree later, the owner of the armor will become a dragon to a certain extent. See if this first generation power can be completely absorbed by the Senjua people with the Senjua bloodline with this evolution, or completely suppressed, to prevent the owner of the armor from completely becoming a non-human existence. Then Naraku began to recall the imperial forging techniques in his memory and began to deal with Tyrande. Later, Naraku began to melt the orichalcum steel and used the melted orichalcum steel as ink to carve strange runes on the dangerous species Tyrande. This process can be said to be very difficult. Tsunade will punch Tyrande in the head after a while. Finally, as Tyrande's body was covered with strange runes, Naraku asked Jiraiya to use the power of wind escape to cut off Tyrande's claws. In order to facilitate Jiraiya's cutting, Naraku also gave him a Naraku brand toy knife. Jiraiya took a lot of effort to cut Tyrande's claws. Later, as Naraku slowly chanted the spell, the whole Tyrande began to struggle violently, and finally the body slowly shrank. Finally, Tyrande's body became about the same size as a human. At this time, Naraku took out 9 parts of orichalcum steel, 100 kilograms of refined iron, Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore * 10 parts and Tyrande's claws. Naraku directly melted the materials above except Tyrande's claws, and then formed rough pieces. Naraku needs to classify these rough pieces according to their shape, size, material and other characteristics, and then forge them into components suitable for various parts of the armor according to the requirements of the design drawings. These parts include helmets, breastplates, shoulder guards, arm guards, hand guards, leg guards, etc., each with a unique shape and function. It can be said that this step takes Naraku a lot of time, but Naraku must forge it before the rune's suppression of Tyrande ends. The two of them were very close. Fortunately, the rune suppression was still very stable, and Tsunade accompanied Naraku to forge iron in the following days. Ever since she knew that Naraku was now an 8-year-old kid, Tsunade had always felt ashamed to get too close to Naraku. After all, it was very abnormal for any 22-year-old to have a little affection for an 8-year-old of the opposite sex. But in the past few days accompanying Naraku, Tsunade found that Naraku most important thing was that Tsunade found that Naraku was quite confident in playing cards, and he also mentioned many board games that she had never seen. Tsunade has also fully brought the phrase "people are addicted to gambling" to the extreme, and from time to time she said that she would compete with Naraku in gambling later. In fact, Naraku also likes the current Tsunade. In the original work, Tsunade's alcoholism and gambling addiction are largely due to the continuous deaths of her younger brother and boyfriend, as well as her self-abandonment after suffering from hemophobia. The only bad habit of Tsunade now is that she likes gambling, but this is just her personal hobby. Moreover, Tsunade goes home when she loses, and she is not like the later one who owes a lot of debts. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time goes by, the helmet, chest armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, hand guards, and leg guards are made by Naraku one by one. Every time a part is made, Naraku directly installs it on the human-sized Tyrande. A week later, with the last leg guard installed, the current Tyrande no longer looks like a monster. The current Tyrande is like a brave general wearing armor. Naraku then melted the last bit of orichalcum steel he needed, and then drew various runes on the surface of the armor again. When the last bit fell, all the runes gradually merged into the armor, and the armor at this time seemed to suddenly come alive, but the red flashing in the pupils of the armor was very ferocious. Then Naraku chanted a strange spell again, and the entire armor shrank again, gradually turning into the shape of a sword. Later, Naraku put the last first-generation necklace into the reserved depression, and the whole sword was completely formed. This big sword flashed with cold light, and the blade was extremely sharp, as if it could easily tear the air. The sword body is broad and heavy, with tough lines. Necklace is inlaid on the top of the hilt. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-level weapon, and the reward is 1000 draws. Naraku appraised the sword in his hand again. Evil Ghost, Special Edition. This sword is infused with the forger's hard work and uses a lot of precious materials: orichalcum steel, refined iron, gorilla scarlet iron, gorilla scarlet ore, gold dangerous species Tyrande, gold first-generation necklace. Qualified imperial weapon secrets were used in the forging process. It took a week to forge. Because Tyrande absorbed a lot of natural chakra and used golden materials, and the materials contained the power of the strong, it finally started to surpass the original weapon. And also added many new possibilities to this armor. This sword is bladed on both sides. The sword is 1.2 meters long, has the characteristics of solid and sharp, and can smoothly conduct chakra. There is a chain at the tail of the sword. After calling, the solid armor will automatically fly out, enhancing the ability of the wearer. The imperial weapon that boasts of its iron wall-like defense is equipped with an attached weapon, red-backed shrike, a double-edged spear. Skills: 1. Evolution. Since the armor is forged with the dangerous species Tyrande and perfectly preserves its vitality, the armor and weapons have terrifying evolutionary abilities. 2. Invisibility. The ability to hide is to stimulate the biological characteristics of the material used, and it becomes transparent for a short time. As long as the user is skilled, he can also hide his breath. 3. Choice. Under the blessing of the power of the first-generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, choose to stop evolving or integrate this power to continue evolving. Naraku looked at the imperial tool Evil Ghost in his hand and subconsciously wanted to laugh wildly, but seeing Tsunade next to him, he decided to go back and laugh. Naraku saw that rope tree was not there, and Naraku decided to let Tsunade try it first. Sister Tsunade, why don't you try this imperial tool first? It just so happens that you can also try the side effects of this weapon. Naraku said to Tsunade. As for why he called her sister, he could only say that these days were not in vain. Tsunade thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, she had seen Tyrande before. The power of virtue, plus Naraku had said before that if an ordinary person put on this armor, he would die on the spot. The bodies of the Senju clan are naturally not comparable to those of ordinary people, but she still needs to try. Reminder, although ninjas have high attack and low defense, that is also relative. The body of a ninja is also very terrifying. For example, Naruto's Rasengan Shuriken will grind a big hole in the earth, but after hitting Kakuzu, Kakuzu's body surface has almost no major deformation. There are many such examples, so the body of a ninja is also very strong. After all, Rope Tree is only a genin now, and it would be bad if he gets hurt. Tsunade came outside, picked up the imperial tool with her right hand, and shouting armor appeared behind her, and then a cloth belt wrapped around Tsunade's body. Then an armor appeared on Tsunade's body, and Tsunade also got the attached weapon red-backed shrike in her hand. Naraku looked at Tsunade's summoning screen and knew that Tsunade and this armor were not particularly compatible, because if they were particularly compatible, Tyrande in the armor would also appear in the summoning screen. Tsunade herself was very satisfied with this armor, because this armor could make her stronger in all aspects. Tsunade tried to punch the big tree next to her with a strange force, and the tree next to her was directly blown away for an unknown distance. Tsunade found that the previous attack not only consumed less chakra, but also had greater power than her usual punch. Tsunade then tested the stealth ability of the armor. In a breath, Tsunade in the armor disappeared. Tsunade looked at Naraku, who was completely defenseless, so she quietly walked behind Naraku and secretly touched Naraku's back with her finger. Naraku could only pretend to be scared. In fact, his third Naraku's unfrightened look, and slowly emerged and said to Naraku, "Shoot at me." Fire style, great fireball technique. Naraku looked at Tsunade and used the great fireball technique with his hands. A fireball hit Tsunade hard, and Tsunade felt the attack. Then she found that the attack just made her feel a little hot, and it could be said that there was no damage at all. The host was very happy. Ding! Tsunade has initially mastered the A-level weapon Devil Haunted Talent Stealing and activated, and the host obtains Earth Attribute Chakra. Naraku suddenly felt a sour feeling, and he knew that he now had an extra attribute. Although it was not what he wanted most, it was at least an extra attribute. Tsunade, who was attacked by the fireball, was a little inflated and asked Naraku to use a powerful fire escape. Naraku naturally would not be polite, and quickly formed a seal to use the fire escape that he had learned not long ago, the Great Fire Extinguishment. Although Naraku's chakra seemed to be only 2 cards, not much, it was at least twice that of Konoha's Jonin. Naraku roasted Tsunade vigorously for 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds. Tsunade felt a little bit of a lie until 10 seconds later. After all, the center of Naraku's flame was that place, and Tsunade's place was also very prominent. Tsunade was also very satisfied with this. After all, with her speed, she didn't need 1 second to escape the range of the flame. It can be said that this armor plus Tsunade's strange power punch is quite compatible. Tsunade tried it for a while and cancelled the armor summon. Tsunade felt that the energy consumption and physical consumption of this armor were completely acceptable for the Senju clan. Then Naraku and Tsunade came to the Senju clan together. At this time, Rope Tree finally saw his beloved armor. After Tsunade and Naraku explained, "Evil ghosts are haunting." With a roar from Rope Tree holding the hilt of the sword, a shadow of armor with crossed hands appeared behind Rope Tree. But unlike Tsunade, the head inside the armor began to crack gradually, revealing Tyrande's ferocious mouth, and the entire armor slowly embraced Rope for this armor. Looking at the ferocious mouth on the head of the armor, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little worried. Naraku thoroughly verified his guess. Sure enough, only hot-blooded idiots are the most suitable for this armor. The high EQ statement is the heart of a child, and Rope Tree has the blood of the Senju clan, so he must be able to grow quickly with this armor. He was very curious whether Rope Tree could play the last skill choice of the armor, and was also curious about what Rope Tree's choice was. Of course, at least Naraku doesn't have to worry about Rope Tree being killed by the detonating talisman before he gets the blood of the Senju clan. The following is the routine test of ability, after Rope Tree has tried one by one. Ding! Rope Tree initially mastered the A-level weapon Devil Haunting Talent Stealing and activated, and the host obtained water attribute chakra. Fuck. It's not lightning attribute. Naraku was very speechless about this. He could only comfort that there would be a chance next time. With Rope Tree's compatibility with this armor, he should be able to obtain it. Rope Tree. Do you have lightning attribute chakra? Naraku asked Rope Tree, who was experimenting on the side. No. Rope Tree said honestly. Naraku thought that he still had 1000 draws and would definitely get something good. As Naraku handed the devil haunting to Rope Tree, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also knew the specific situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the office and worried about the arrangement for Uchiha Naraku, although Naraku never advertised himself as Uchiha. He found it more and more difficult to arrange for Naraku. And as Naraku's contribution to the village grows, Naraku's network of contacts becomes larger. It is foreseeable that Naraku's network of contacts will become larger in the future. Shimura Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and knew that this old friend was suspicious of Naraku in his heart. He said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "This Naraku is really getting stronger and stronger. The strength of the biological materials used in the weapons forged this time can even approach some tailed beasts. So what do you want to say? Handing Naraku over to your roots, you should know that this is impossible now. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, even the strong people in the village, my disciples. Even the Senju clan, which has gradually disappeared, will not let you get Naraku. Just give up this idea." Shimura Danzo rarely saw Sarutobi Hiruzen angry and said sarcastically, "Then let Naraku unite the village through forging power." Finally, they gathered together to support Uchiha and take the position of Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, Danzo felt that there was an opportunity, so he began to pursue the victory and threw dirty water, that Naraku's forging method is really magical. He actually trained the terrifying monster into the armor completely. If he trained the Nine-Tail into some weapon, who in the whole Konoha could stop him? Naraku is still so close to the Senju clan. If he used the body of the first generation to create a weapon, who in the whole Konoha could stop him? In this way, Uchiha has invincible power, and Naraku has united the families and senior ninjas in the village. The position of Hokage belongs to Uchiha. So I want to test Naraku's loyalty to Konoha. That is, Naraku is not here, he guessed everything that the conspirator Naraku wanted to do. I can only say that he is really good at judging people. Just when Danzo was smug and thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely agree to Naraku, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave another answer, "But I refuse. At least during this period when the war is about to come." Danzo was not too angry this time, because he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already given in, and he didn't want to kill Naraku so quickly. So Danzo humphed and left. Naraku, who returned to the Uchiha clan, ignored others and fell asleep. Uchiha Kyunyu and Uchiha Min sat opposite each other drinking tea. Uchiha Kyunyu said, "Naraku has done a lot of amazing things recently. First, he gave the sword to Orochimaru, then gave the sword to Hotaki Sakumo, and now he made a powerful armor but gave it to the Senju clan. But he gave some ordinary ninja swords to the clan, so some people in the clan have some opinions about him." Uchiha Min naturally knew what the clan leader Kyunyu wanted, and said mercilessly, "The weapon was forged by Naraku himself. He wants to show it to whom he wants. Is it your turn to intervene?" Uchiha Kyunyu didn't expect that Uchiha Min in front of him would be so disrespectful. He originally thought that the two of them would work together to put pressure on Naraku. So he also began to say unceremoniously, "Remember, I am the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. I will never allow any clan member to betray his clan." Uchiha Min also slammed the table and said, "You are the clan leader and you are not qualified to control other people's personal assets. You will regret it." After that, the two of them parted unhappily. The next day, the sun was shining. Naraku, who had just woken up from a good sleep, was ready to do something tough, which was to finish all 1000 draws. After doing the 4 old things, Naraku started drawing the lottery according to the system command. Ding! Drawing. Green Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore * 200 copies. Green 20 MC King Corpses 1000. The Sea King in the pirate world is a very powerful creature, belonging to the huge beast. Golden Making Secret Technique. Demon God appears Essence of Demons. Demon God appears Essence of Demons. Ice Imperial Tool, can freely create and control ice. Liquid made from the blood of super dangerous species living in the far north. Ordinary people will be driven crazy by the desire. Secret Technique 1, Mokbatmo, freeze time and space. No one can move except yourself, but the consumption is extremely large. Secret Technique 2, General Binglan, first use ice to create a large number of ice cavalry to store energy for several days, and then release it in one breath, which can create a blizzard covering the entire empire. Golden Super Dangerous Species, Ice Monster. Ice Monster, legend has it that it is a super dangerous species living in the far north, mastering the power. Blue Dangerous Species Corpses, Scythe, Earth Dragon, Wood Beast. Golden Secret Technique of Forging Imperial Swords, One Cut to Kill Murasame, March of the Dead 8. One Shot Kill Moat. It is very famous as a demon sword that can kill with one strike. It can kill with one strike, and it will kill you if you scratch it. There is no medicine to save it. It is specially made for killing people, but it also has weaknesses. You must be careful when holding it in your hand. If you cut your fingers, you will die instantly. If you can't cut the opponent directly in battle, the spell will not work, and it is ineffective on corpses. Its secret technique: it uses the knife to cut itself. If it cannot bear it, it will die on the spot. Successfully performing the secret technique will make the speed and agility of the sword owner horribly improved. March of the Dead 8 Rooms, using the demon sword forged by the super dangerous spider demon. The person killed by this sword can be manipulated by curse. Up to 8 corpse puppets can be controlled. The puppets look the same as when they were alive and can be manipulated freely. After the ability is released, they will become ordinary corpses. The weakness is that the more corpses are manipulated during the activation of 8 rooms, the lower the host's ability will be. Golden Special Dangerous Type, Curse Poison Beast, alive. Curse Poison Beast, a terrifying and dangerous species that possesses an incurable curse poison and has extremely strong speed. Platinum National Guardian Mecha God Supreme Throne, Core. It is the energy source of the National Guardian Mecha God Supreme Throne, which is a collection of super dangerous species and precious energy stones of the Empire. Gold Special Dangerous Species, Spider Demon. Special Spider Demon, a super dangerous species that makes puppets of the enemies it kills. Gold Dimensional Array Shangri-La Forging Secret Technique. Dimensional Array Shangri-La, a space-moving imperial tool that can instantly move the target to the marked position, but it consumes a huge amount of energy and cannot be activated continuously. If the energy consumption is low, it can be used continuously. Golden Space Stone. Space Stone, a strange stone containing space energy. Golden Special Dangerous Species, Void. Void, a special dangerous species that can use space stone. Golden 10,000 Years Vajra Tree. 10,000 Years Vajra Tree, it has extremely strong hardness, is extremely difficult to destroy and also extremely difficult to process. Green 20 MC King 50. Green 2000 kilograms of refined iron. Golden Stone Mask Manufacturing Secret Technique. The stone mask is a tool invented by Kaz, a member of the ancient humanoid race Dark Clan, later commonly known as Pillar Man, in pursuit of becoming a perfect creature. Ordinary humans or other creatures wear the stone mask on their faces and stain the stone mask with blood. The stone mask will extend many bone spurs from the edge and pierce the wearer's head and brain. Then it will become a vampire with physical abilities far superior to humans, immortal, but annihilated by sunlight. If the stone ghost mask can be inlaid with AI red stone to greatly enhance the effect of the stone ghost mask, then It can make the Pillar Man evolve into a truly immortal ultimate life form with the abilities of all creatures on Earth and super wisdom. Golden Pillar Man Blood Deposit. Pillar Man Blood Deposit, a must for making stone mask. Naraku was quite satisfied with the result of this lottery, and he got a lot of good things. It was the core of the only platinum material, the Guardian Mecha God Supreme Throne, that made him a little speechless. Naraku once again recalled the forging conditions of this strongest mecha. The raw materials alone required 200 pieces of orichalcum. There are many other basic forging materials and conditions. The most terrifying thing is that its biological material requires a super dangerous species, the Western Dragon. As far as Naraku in the anime he watched in the past, there was a super dangerous species called the Northern Dragon, which was estimated to be 15 kilometers with the naked eye. Naraku feels that no one can beat this thing except Uchiha Madara. This Western Dragon has never appeared in the original work, but it must not be that weak. Naraku also saw National Defense Machine God Supreme Throne, is not at the same level as other Imperial equipment. Moreover, depending on the difference in the dangerous species used by the Imperial equipment or the difference in the parts of the dangerous species materials, some Imperial equipment can reach A, and while the upper limit of some Imperial equipment is only A. For example, the biological material used by the demon god appearance is the super dangerous species, which is obviously stronger than the special dangerous species used by other Imperial equipment. At least it looks much stronger. Special dangerous species and super dangerous species are all living bodies. Maybe this is because forging has certain requirements for the freshness of biological materials. However, even if the one-shot kill Murasame, the March of the Dead Hakifu, and the Dimension Square Shangri-La are somewhat different from the demon god appearance, they are also very powerful Imperial equipment. Especially the Dimensional Array Shangri-La, its function is very similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. After marking, you can move through space. It may just be that the saving artifact. The last thing is the 1000-year diamond tree, which is a bit like a ghost. It is difficult to forge. What does Naraku need this thing for? Use it as a stick to hit people? The last stone ghost mask can be said to be a very special thing. After all, it can transform people into vampires, and vampires have a terrifying lifespan and terrifying recovery ability. As for the increase in combat power, Naraku is not sure how much it can be enhanced in the extraordinary world of the ninja world, but the fear of the sun is really fatal. If the Yang escape in the Naruto world can simulate the effect of the sun, it will be too dangerous. There is also a point that Naraku suspects that transforming into a vampire will affect people's will, but he has not transformed and is not sure. In short, Naraku thinks that Orochimaru will like this thing very much. No, it should be a treasure that all people who expect to live too long and are willing to make certain sacrifices will like. After exiting the lottery interface, Naraku thought for a while and decided to forge. Naraku rarely encountered this Imperial tool that he particularly wanted. If this thing ran away, Naraku imagined that if he was facing a desperate situation, he would not be a human being at all. Transformed into a vampire and added the Dimension Square Shangri-La, Naraku's ability to save his life should be greatly enhanced. Finally, forged the Demon God Manifestation Essence of the Devil and the National Protection Machine God Supreme Throne. Of course, Naraku didn't have so many materials now. So the Guardian Mecha God Supreme Throne can only be delayed for a while. If there is a chance, he still wants to forge this Imperial weapon. Naraku feels that as long as this Imperial weapon is forged, the only person in the entire ninja world who can confront him head-on is the old and immortal Uchiha Madara. If Madara dies one day, then the ninja fatherland Uchiha Naraku will be online. The more important point is that no man can refuse Mecha. After making various decisions, Naraku went to the Hokage's office. Naraku felt that special dangerous cursed poison beasts might require human wave tactics and would also cause many deaths. So Naraku is ready to cooperate with the village. Arriving at the door of the Hokage building, Naraku said to the ninja holding a grass in his mouth, "My name is Naraku, I want to meet the Hokage." The Shiranui Suangu holding the grass glanced at the young Naraku. Even if Naraku has grown to 1.7 meters tall, others can still see a little bit of his immaturity. Shiranui Jengu didn't take it seriously. After all, there are always people in Konoha who don't know what to do and want to see the Hokage. He can't tell the Hokage all of them. Shiranui Jengu said perfunctorily, "Do you have an appointment?" "No one can enter without an appointment." Naraku couldn't stand it when he saw Shiranui Jengu treating his future ninja countryman like this. Konoha's strongest blacksmith. Uchiha Naraku. Shiranui Jengu felt a little unconfident after listening to Naraku's confident introduction. Then he suddenly remembered that Naraku seemed to have been mentioned by the Hokage. So he immediately posed to welcome the owner home. Naraku, who was born in the tomato orphanage, could only say, "I used to deliver food and scold security guards during the day, and I worked as a security guard to stop food at night. That's what I love." "You, a small Konoha security guard, want to stop me?" Naraku felt a little speechless when he entered the Hokage's office. Damn, the first generation of the Nabe Cage, Shimura Danzo, was there too. He was sitting on the sofa and staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Naraku said that you two really have a good relationship, and you are still flirting in the office during the day." Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised that Naraku came. After all, Naraku's life is either forging, picking up girls, or playing with friends. Under normal circumstances, he should not come to him. So he forced a smile and said, "Little Naraku, what do you want to talk to me about?" Naraku walked into the Hokage's office and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously, "Sandaime-sama, my blood limit has reacted again. This time it is two special dangerous species, that is, dangerous creatures. I may need your help. These two dangerous species are necessary for me to forge two weapons next." Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not refuse. After all, the forged weapons are also beneficial to Konoha's overall combat power. If the weapons are not in the hands of Uchiha, it would be even better. So he asked tentatively, "Then what do you plan for those two weapons? Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious." Naraku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and tried to trick an 8-year-old kid, and continued to pretend, "I have a feeling that these two weapons have certain requirements for their masters, so I don't know who to give them to. I plan to try them in Konoha to see who can master them." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were also excited when they heard this, and they were eager to try. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a Hokage, was still rational, so he asked, "Are these two dangerous species you mentioned very strong? How do they compare to the one in Konoha Forest last time?" Naraku said honestly, "It's not that kind of extremely strong, but an extremely special kind. I have a feeling that one of the dangerous species has a curse that kills on contact and a terrifying speed. The other one is similar to a spider, but it seems to control dead enemies through spider silk. The hard power of the two dangerous species should be similar to the last one, and there may even be weaknesses, mainly because their abilities are a bit tricky." Listening to Naraku's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit difficult. But as Naraku explained, "I can forge two ninja swords, one of which has the property of killing the owner who touches it, and the other should have the power to control the dead. If I'm lucky, I will add some other abilities or characteristics." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very excited when he heard this. It can be said that these two ninja swords are very powerful just by hearing this idea, but the curse poison may not be solved even by him. If the Chunin or the family Jonin is asked to do it, there may be death. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was still struggling, Danzo suddenly jumped out. Danzo forced his fierce face to become kind and said, "It seems that the third generation is a bit difficult." "I, the root, agreed to this matter. But you have to give the sword to Runt of Outsiders," he couldn't argue with Danzo. So he planned to find another opportunity later, and if he handed this matter over to the root, it would weaken the root's strength. If the knife fell into his own hands, it would be a huge profit. Naraku saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to object, so he nodded and said, "Thank you, Danzo-sama." They. Two of them were killed, and the two were buried. When Naraku returned to the Uchiha clan, he saw Uchiha Min waiting for him and knew that it might be about weapons. "Uchiha Kunyo came to me. But I refused." "Naraku, I understand you. You are just like me, not good at expressing yourself, but you will always keep your clan members in your heart," Uchiha Min said to Naraku seriously. Naraku can only say, "I am not. I don't." However, as Naraku's energy and his own strength become stronger, Naraku has changed his mind about the Uchiha clan. He suddenly felt that he was limited before. In the future, when he controls the Uchiha clan, he will let the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan intermarry. Then Naraku will choose the best weapons. If one person's blood is not enough, then two. If two are not enough, then three. If three are not enough, then mixed blood. If mixed blood is not enough, then the more the better. In the future, I am afraid that all the people of the great Jianmyo clan will come to the ninja world, and they will have to call them grandpa. Of course, it is also possible that with the upgrade of the system is going to confirm it first. Then Naraku told Uchiha Min about the previous deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Min didn't understand at first, but when Naraku said that he would not make useless sacrifice, Min, Grand Elder. I want to improve so much. Uchiha Kunyu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay. I will fully support you." This time, the location for capturing dangerous species is a base of the root. This base looks like a mound from the outside, but it is actually a different world inside. The entire base is surrounded by thick walls, and there are almost no loopholes for people to penetrate. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Danzo's base was so generous, and it can be said that he entered the base with a dark face the whole time. After coming inside, Naraku finally saw the layout of the center. There are several root ninjas in the middle position ready to use sealing techniques at any time, and there are densely packed root ninjas outside the middle position waiting for orders. Naraku consciously walked a little outside the center and released the cursed poison beast. As Naraku released the cursed poison beast, the ninjas placed in the middle position immediately performed the 4 purple flame formation. At this time, everyone saw the appearance of the cursed poison beast. Surprisingly, this cursed poison beast did not look fierce, but rather a bit like an enlarged version of a rabbit, except that its eyes were an uncomfortable scarlet. Its teeth were also pure black. The ninjas in the 4 purple flame formation immediately attacked the cursed poison beast when they saw it, using Senbon, Shurax. The cursed poison beast was not as docile as it looked, and it also attacked the ninjas. One of the root ninjas was happily throwing shurikens, but suddenly found a small cut on his hand. Then countless curse seals began to extend rapidly along with the wound of the root ninja. In less than a second, the curse seals covered the whole body of the root ninja, and then the root ninja fell asleep. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who saw the performance of the cursed poison beast next to him, also broke out in a little cold sweat. It was a pity that he had thought about solving the cursed poison beast himself before. Now that he had seen the curse poison beast's method, even he could not guarantee that he would dodge the curse poison beast's attack just now. After all, the curse idea when he saw this scene, this terrifying curse poison had the characteristic of killing anyone who touched it. If he could obtain this weapon, wouldn't he be able to kill anyone he wanted? Shimura Danzo also glanced at his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him, thinking that if this old friend was unwilling to give up the power in his hands and did not hand over the Hokage treasure to him, then there was no need for him to exist. Danzo's dark thoughts made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little cold on his back, and he just thought that the reason was that the root base was too cold. As for their friendship, I can only say that I am crying. Naraku watched as the number of root ninjas in the barrier became fewer and fewer. Now there was only one root ninja who was using the substitute technique and the clone technique to find an opportunity to fight back. Just when I was a little worried about how to deal with the cursed beast inside. Suddenly, Danzo. After a seal was made, all the ninjas in the 4 purple flame formation exploded instantly, including the root ninja who was still circling. Only then did Naraku realize that all the roots were covered with dense detonating tags. Naraku's evaluation of this can only be, as expected of Danzo, he is really a scumbag. Naraku said that he still needs to learn more about this. The powerful explosion directly shattered the entire 4 purple flame formation, and the 4 ninjas who had just performed the 4 purple flame formation were also blown away by the explosion. Then the root ninjas waiting outside beheaded the bloody cursed poison beast. Naraku looked at the cooperation of the roots and could only say that there was something. Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him was not very happy, perhaps because he felt a little ashamed. After all, this way of fighting was not in line with the will of fire. Naraku watched the cursed poison beast being beheaded, and also sent a clone to put the cursed poison beast into the pre-made container. Just when Naraku was about to release the second Dances to me. If it is just to control the dead, the fewer people to deal with him, the better. It can be said that after Sarutobi Hiruzen's stop, Naraku's impression of him suddenly improved. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still worthy of the title of ninja hero. However, compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo was really a bit like a rat in a sewer, which was not worth seeing. It was no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen never worried about Danzo becoming Hokage. Naraku suspected that Danzo's probability of becoming a formal Hokage might not be as high as his own. Danzo watched Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walk to the center of the base, and just felt disgusted. When the second generation chose to cover the rear, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to save his life, and he got the position of Hokage. Now there are not many people rounding root ninjas to retreat, and then used the summoning technique. As a puff of smoke drifted past, a monkey with sturdy limbs appeared in front of everyone. It was the Monkey King, the Monkey Demon. The old friend. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, an enemy will appear later, transform. The first time, the second time. Naraku was surprised to see the Monkey King Monkey Demon transform into a Vajraruhi stick, and he looked at it according to his own evaluation standards. If the Monkey King Monkey Demon in front of him is considered a weapon aid, the role it can play for Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely greater than that of ordinary A-level weapons. Naraku slowly walked to the center and released the Spider Demon. The appearance of this spider is just as expected, it is completely a pure big spider. The only surprise is that it is very large, 10 meters high. The body of this giant spider is covered with a layer of hard black carapace, flashing a cold light. Its 8 sturdy legs support its huge body, and every step it takes will cause the ground to vibrate. Its sharp fangs and sharp claws are even more chilling. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not polite either. He directly enlarged the Vajraruhi stick in his hand and hit the spider demon with the effect of instant kill. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the spider demon fought back and forth, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also good at various ninjutsu in the middle. Whether it was harassment, resistance, or auxiliary attack, it can be said to be very exquisite. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp of basic ninjutsu is very broad. No wonder he can teach the 3 ninjutsu of pornography, gambling, and drugs. And through this, Naraku also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's fighting style, relying on the extremely powerful Vajraruhi stick to confront head-on. Because of the large number of ninjutsu mastered, it can also easily restrain the enemy's attributes. This fighting style of crushing the opponent with strength is indeed powerful. It is precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen has briefly become the current top fighter in Konoha. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a mortal without any bloodstains after all, and there is a limit to his ability in this cheating ninja world. Soon the spider demon was knocked dizzy by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, this is also because its puppet was not teleported. If the puppet of the spider demon is added, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to quickly take down the spider demon, it is not so easy. Seeing that the spider demon seemed to have fainted and lay on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the shadow clone technique again and split into 4 shadow clones. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and his 4 clones performed their own ninjutsu at the same time. A ball of blazing flames gushed out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. One of his clones summoned a dazzling lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and fiercely struck the spider demon. Another clone controlled the water flow, forming a surging torrent, drowning the spider demon. Another clone summoned a solid earth wall, like an insurmountable fortress, blocking the spider demon's way. The last clone set off a violent whirlwind, howling at the spider demon. These ninjutsu of different attributes poured down on the spider demon like a violent storm. For a moment, the gorgeous light intertwined to form a shocking picture. However, this is not the end. Then, a loud noise that shook the earth came. A huge explosion occurred. Under the impact of this powerful force, the spider demon's head was blown to pieces, like broken porcelain. Its hideous and twisted face was torn apart in an instant, revealing the dark and hollow internal structure. Naraku, who appreciated this feast of ninjutsu, also gave a high evaluation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I00 ml of black liquid. After Naraku put the liquid into the container, he quickly left the root base. Naraku had to forge the weapon quickly, and he was also worried that the activity of the biological material would be. One was smelting orichalcum steel metal. Clone number 2 was processing refined iron and green gorilla scarlet iron sand and gorilla scarlet ore. Naraku first directly made a rough blank of orichalcum steel. Next, Naraku performed a series of forging secrets to forge the mixed material and draw specific special patterns on the main body of the material. Finally, Naraku took out the processed refined iron number 2 body. Soon the sword embryo was formed. Naraku forged the sword embryo, and gradually under Naraku's forging, the sword embryo took shape. In the end, the weapon turned into a black long sword. The sword was forged, and the sword was forged. Ding! Congratulations to this sword. March of the Dead 8 Chambers, A-level weapon. This sword uses extremely fresh biological materials and a large amount of precious materials, Olaha steel, gorilla scarlet iron sand, gorilla scarlet ore, and refined iron. During the forging process, standard sword-type imperial weapon secrets were used. It took a day to forge. In the end, it reached a level that slightly surpassed the original weapon. This sword has a single-sided blade, a length of 1.3 meters, has the characteristics of solid and sharp, and has a strong ability to conduct chakra. Skills: you can control the people killed by this sword through curses. You can control up to 8 corpse puppets. The puppets look the same as when they were alive and can be controlled freely. After the ability is removed, they will become ordinary corpses. Debuff: the more corpses you control during the activation of the 8 rooms, the lower the host's ability will be. Naraku looked at the March of the Dead 8 rooms in his hand, feeling a little helpless. In fact, he originally wanted to add some other biological materials to this sword, but he didn't know if it was because of the erosion of special dangerous species that he couldn't add the abilities of some ordinary dangerous species. However, it is not completely impossible to continue to become stronger. If there are other precious mineral materials or biological materials, this sword can actually continue to improve. At this time, on the battlefield of the Rain Country, the ninjas of Konoha are confronting the ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village. The leader of Konoha is Orochimaru, who has not yet won the title of the 3 ninjas, and the leader of the Hidden Rock Village is the steel puppet with the title of Iron Earth. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the leader of the Uegakuer, Tetsu. He found that Tetsu's figure was completely different from Onoki. Onoki was short and sturdy, while Tetsu was tall and strong. He was sturdy and muscular, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Tetsu's face looked particularly fierce, and there was a sense of majesty between his eyebrows. Compared with the honest image of ordinary Uegakuer people, his facial features were sharper and more resolute. Orochimaru secretly speculated in his heart that this Tetsu didn't seem to be easy to deal with. His appearance and temperament showed that his strength should not be underestimated. Orochimaru decided to deal with it carefully and not take it lightly. Orochimaru recalled the information about Tetsuo in front of him. The information content was very little. The only information revealed was that the person in front of him had practiced the earth escape hardening technique to a very high level. The earth escape hardening technique is a technique to harden your body to be harder than rock in order to reduce the damage of physical attacks. Tetsuo shouted at Orochimaru contemptuously, "Is there no one left in Konoha village? You actually sent an unknown little character to the battlefield." His words were full of provocation and ridicule. Orochimaru raised his mouth slightly, revealing a strange smile, and sneered, "On the contrary, I am planning to use your head to make myself famous." His eyes flashed with confidence and coldness. Tetsuo's eyes were wide open, and he roared angrily, "Then let's see if you have enough strength." Before he finished speaking, he pounced on Orochimaru like a tiger. Seeing his boss so brave, the Iwagakure ninjas behind Tetsuo followed him and bravely moved forward. They roared and their morale was high. "Go!" Orochimaru gave an order with a cold and firm tone. After hearing the order, the ninjas of Konoha charged forward fearlessly. They held their weapons tightly, and the passion for fighting burned in their eyes. The battlefield was filled with a tense and fierce atmosphere, and the momentum of both sides was constantly rising. Orochimaru bit his finger without hesitation, dripping blood on the ground, and quickly pressed the hand seal, summoning technique. In an instant, a puff of smoke rose, and a huge snake head poked out from the smoke. The giant snake opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening hissing sound. "It's Orochimaru's summoned beast Manabu. Iwagakure, you just wait to be buried in the snake's belly." The Konoha ninjas also gained confidence when they saw the Manabu summoned by Orochimaru. After all, large summoned beasts are still very helpful in war, and any of their actions can cause great damage to the I want 100 sacrifices. You can eat the ninjas of Iwagakure to your heart's content. After getting Orochimaru's affirmative answer. After that, the snakes also began to move towards the Iwagakure position. Every move of the snakes caused great damage to the Iwagakure ninjas along the edge. Tetsuo was also furious when he saw this scene. He directly used the Earth-style turbo spear to create sharp rocks on the land where the snakes passed to attack the snakes. The snakes were also stabbed and screamed, and struggled violently on the battlefield. Orochimaru knew his summoned beast. If he could not get any benefits and was seriously injured later, the snakes would definitely run back to the summoning world without saying a word. It even dared to shout before running away, "Don't forget its sacrifice." Orochimaru drew out the sword Kiri Ikemonji given by Naraku and prepared to chop Tetsuo, and Tetsuo also sensed this. But he pretended not to know and did not react, but secretly used the Earth-style turbo spear technique. This technique can make the body as hard as diamond. It is a highly versatile technique that uses the chakra flowing in the body to harden the skin and increase the defense to the limit, while enhancing the destructive power of the flesh bomb attack. While defending, it can convert the defense into attack power, so that the opponent will also be hurt. Orochimaru also knows that the person in front of him may have used a technique similar to the hardening technique, but he did not retreat at all. He put and then chopped it with all his strength. Tetsuo, who was originally full of confidence, looked at the bright black light of the sword in Orochimaru's hand. The hair on his body suddenly rose, and he instinctively told himself that he could not take this knife. So he further strengthened the hardening of his body while quickly retreating. It must be said that ninjas are different from pirates. In the world of pirates, men who use iron blocks will never retreat easily. Orochimaru's sword was finally blocked by Tetsuo's arm, but the powerful kinetic energy attached to the Kiri Ikemonji did not dissipate, but instantly poured onto Tetsuo's arm. Although Tetsuo's skin, as hard as diamond, could resist most attacks, it could only struggle to withstand this powerful kinetic energy. After just a moment, his skin was cut with a deep wound, and blood immediately flowed out. The more the kinetic energy continued to vent, the more it fell. as the kinetic energy contained was filled with shock and confusion. Originally, he thought that his technique could easily break Orochimaru's sword and realized that his judgment was wrong. What surprised Tito was that the sword in Orochimaru's hand was so sharp that it could break his tempered body and the defense brought by the pinnacle of the earth spear technique. After all, according to experience lightning-style ninjutsu with the change of lightning nature, there should be no ninjutsu that can break the earth spear. As a result, it was actually broken by Orochimaru's sword today. This situation was completely beyond his expectations, but that's it. It's just a cut wound, watch me block the wound on your arm immediately. Kuratsuki immediately used chakra to prepare to block the 20-centimeter cut wound on his arm. What he didn't expect was that the small wound that could be easily blocked with chakra in the past was now bleeding out like a floodgate, and to perform the Konoha-style swordsmanship that he had practiced to perfection. Titsuke was forced to use the earth-style earth ball technique to make a ball of earth to temporarily wrap himself up. Orochimaru looked at the earth ball in front of him and did not try to destroy it. Instead, he continued to order Wan Shi to destroy the position of the rock ninja, and he himself randomly selected the lucky ones who were close to kill. Tito in the earth ball found that he had no way to use chakra or simple trauma treatment to block the wound, and could only use the earth spear technique to completely block the wound. That is, the skin was completely hardened, but even so, the wound was still slowly oozing blood out. But he had no choice. He had to go out to deal with Orochimaru, otherwise Orochimaru and his summoned beast would cause too much damage to the rock ninja. Tito, who had made up his mind, withdrew from the earth ball by himself, and saw Orochimaru bullying the rock ninja Chunin, and immediately rushed over. Tito spit out a small stone from his mouth, and then the small stone continued to grow in the air, like a solid cannonball, smashing towards Orochimaru. This is exactly the iconic ninjutsu of the rock ninja, earth release rock iron cannon technique. Orochimaru would not be hit by the ninjutsu in front of him, and he dodged the attack easily. In fact, ninjas usually need to grasp the specific timing when using ninjutsu in battle, not the kind of ninjutsu battle like a mage. If it is not a good time, casually performing ninjutsu is a waste of chakra. Of course, this is the fighting style of most ordinary cage level and below. If it is really like the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, ninjutsu battle is normal. Why are you willing to come out of the earth ball? Orochimaru said sarcastically. This time, Tichuo changed his previous hot temper and suppressed his inner anger to continue fighting with Orochimaru. This time, Tichuo is going to be careful to use ninjutsu as the main method and physical skills as the auxiliary method to fight. This is a big weakening of his combat power, but Tichuo does not have a weapon that can fight against Orochimaru's sword. The characteristic of bleeding is really too disgusting. And facing Tichuo's use of ninjutsu as much as possible, Orochimaru is naturally not afraid. It can even be said that this is his advantage. Orochimaru is more of a ninjutsu type ninja, but unfortunately, Tichuo's defense is impenetrable, and his snake-type secret technique has no place to use. However, although the two rarely use physical skills to fight, they inevitably have physical skills to fight. Tichuo also knows that it is difficult for Orochimaru's ordinary sword to cut him on a large scale, and he must dodge it when the black light emerges from the sword. Fire style, Fire Dragon technique. Orochimaru made seals with both hands, and a fire dragon appeared in the air and flew towards Tichuo. Tichuo had no choice but to perform earth style, earth and land return, see. He slapped his hands on the ground to flip the land in front of him to produce a large stone slab to resist the opponent's physical attack. Unfortunately, this ninjutsu cannot completely resist the Fire Dragon technique, and he was knocked away by the Fire Dragon technique. At this time, he can be said to be close to. The big wound on his arm was still bleeding, and the physical battle with Orochimaru had inevitably added some small wounds on his body. He was still using the hardening technique to block these small wounds, which also consumed chakra. If he was not very skilled, he would not be able to perform the hardening technique while fighting and performing other ninjutsu. and he had to give up his personal advantage to play ninjutsu with Orochimaru. In the ninjutsu battle, he was very embarrassed. And as more and more blood flowed from his body, his physical strength and chakra were rapidly decreasing. Tito looked at the situation around him and his heart sank. They were ninjas frantically on the battlefield. But he could not defeat the Orochimaru in front of him. He knew that if they continued like this, they would soon be defeated by Orochimaru. By then, the rock ninjas on the battlefield would face a catastrophe. There is no good fruit to eat. Tito gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He shouted to the rock ninja on the battlefield, "Retreat! Retreat!" His voice was full of helplessness and unwillingness, but he knew that only by preserving his strength could he have a chance to make a comeback. After hearing the order, the rock ninjas began to retreat. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they also understood that the situation at the moment was not favorable to them. They could only temporarily give up the fight and look for new opportunities. As the rock ninjas retreated, the battlefield became chaotic. Orochimaru would naturally not let the rock ninja go so easily. Orochimaru also ordered the Konoha ninjas, "Go all out to hunt down the rock ninjas." And he was staring at Tito, the leader of the rock ninja unit. The people of the rock hidden village also began to use earth escape ninjutsu crazily. Especially the earth escape rock iron cannon technique was used a lot by the rock ninjas, which resulted in the Konoha ninjas not being able to chase and kill in the first time, and could only use ninjutsu defense first. There were even Konoha ninjas who were taken away directly because they failed to dodge this wave of attacks. Orochimaru was naturally aware of this situation, but this is war. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. As the attack of Rock Hidden Sex Earth Release Rock Cannon technique was exhausted, Orochimaru sneered and quickly formed seals with both hands, hiding Shadow Snake Hand. As soon as the words fell, several snakes were summoned from Orochimaru's arms in an instant, entangled with Tito and tried to find Tito's blind spot to bite. Damn it! Tito cursed in his heart, but at this moment he had no choice but to squeeze his physical strength again, use the earth spear to harden his body, and then struggle to break free from the several snakes entangled on his body. However, when Tito opened his eyes, he did not continue to run away, but stared at Orochimaru. At this moment, a strong will to die had already surged in his heart. He knew that he had a high probability of not. He had to do his best to slow down Orochimaru's speed in chasing Iwagakure, so that his sacrifice would not be in vain. Orochimaru looked at Titsu's dangerous eyes and knew that Titsu was the most dangerous at this time, so Orochimaru's offensive turned to defense. Titsu felt the wounds on his body that could not be contained at all again. Konoha play the trick of Mist Shadow. You can defeat me because of that knife. After hearing this, Orochimaru seemed to remember something, and said with a slight smile on his lips, "Haha, that's right. This knife did help me a lot, but it's just a tool. What really made you lose was your arrogance. But since you want to know so much, then remember the name of this knife, Kiri Ikemonji." Tito listened to Orochimaru's words, and his heart was full of resentment and anger. He stared at the knife in Orochimaru's hand with wide eyes, as if he wanted to engrave it in his heart. However, he also knew clearly that he could not change the situation now. So, Tichuo completely gave up defense. He knew that he had no chance now and could only make a final struggle. He concentrated all his strength on his fists and feet, preparing to launch the final blow. Although he knew that it might be futile, he still wanted to try, at least not to let Orochimaru succeed easily. His body became extremely hard, and every punch carried a huge impact, and every kick could cause the ground to shake. However, Orochimaru was not affected by Tichuo's attack. He cleverly used the substitute technique, the clone technique and flexible movement to avoid Tichuo's attack many times. As time went on, Tichuo's movements began to slow down, and his physical strength was gradually exhausted. And Orochimaru took the opportunity to inject more Yang attribute chakra into the Kiri Ikemonji, preparing to give Tichuo a fatal blow. When Orochimaru waved the Kiri Ikemonji again, Tichuo immediately noticed the black light on the sword, and he realized that this was a dangerous signal. He hurriedly distanced himself from Orochimaru, but he didn't know that this was a trap carefully designed by Orochimaru. Turned out that Orochimaru had already set up this trap, waiting for Titu to fall into it. 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru lay directly on the ground and spit out a large number of snakes from his mouth. The snakes swam quickly towards Titu. It can be foreseen that as the snakes completed the encirclement, Titu would definitely die. Earth escape earth flow wall. Suddenly, 3 earth walls were erected around Titu, directly blocking the snakes that tried to attack Titu. Shishi! What are you doing here? Hurry up! Didn't you hear my order? Titu looked at his men coming to save him, not only unhappy, but also very angry. Shangshi didn't say much. Brother Tishi, you have saved me many times, I will save you this time. Remember, this is all for the village. Orochimaru looked at the strange ninja in front of him indifferently, and secretly judged in his heart, this man should be the guard of Titsu, right? He didn't intend to entangle with the other party, just wanted to directly pass him and get rid of Titsu. So, Orochimaru flashed and rushed to the side quickly. Your enemy is me. Orochimaru. A trace of determination flashed in Shangshi's eyes. He no longer retained his chakra and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth escape rock pillar prison. With Shangshi's low shout, thick pillars rose up around Orochimaru in an instant. The earth pillars formed a solid cage to trap Orochimaru in it. However, this so-called cage could not trap Orochimaru for too long. Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. He waved his hand lightly, and a sharp wind blade easily cut off the earth pillars. However, Shangshi was not discouraged. He took a deep breath and made a seal again. Earth escape earth flow. After Shangshi made a seal, he punched the ground with a fierce punch. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, shattered into countless tiny sand and stones, and swept towards Orochimaru like a surging tide. Faced with this overwhelming sand and stone attack, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Earth escape technique is sometimes really a headache. It is very suitable for controlling opponents and delaying the offensive. Water style, exploding water wave. Orochimaru shouted softly, and a powerful stream of water spurted out of his mouth, like a fierce torrent, instantly splashing the sand and rocks of Yashi. Orochimaru gathered his chakra in his throat and spit out enough water to form a lake to hit Yashi's mud and rock flow. Yashi didn't even consider whether Orochimaru could solve the previous mud and rock flow, and used the last chakra in his body directly. Earth style, Earth and Rock Dragon. Yashi used the Earth attribute chakra to form a large amount of earth and rocks into a dragon with amazing momentum, and pounced on Orochimaru. Orochimaru had no time to dodge this move, and was directly hit by the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon with amazing momentum smashed Orochimaru to the ground fiercely. At this time, Yashi did not go up to make up for it, but gasped for breath. As the person with the strongest ability to save his life among the Hokage, Orochimaru would naturally not be solved by a small earth and rock dragon. Orochimaru directly activated the Orokai-style substitution technique and slowly emerged from his mouth. Yashi, who was panting, saw Orochimaru appear in front of him again, and forced his body to launch a fatal charge towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw that the enemy was so tenacious, so he pulled out the Kiri Ikemonji and beheaded Yashi with one sword. By the time to turn the solid sand and stones underground into fluid, so that he can swim quickly in the underground soil, Tuas Ikemonji played a big role in Orochimaru's victory. As far as he knows, Kiri Ikemonji, a ninja sword or a minister, is not the limit of Naraku's forging weapons. There is no doubt that Naraku is forging a 1/kill Murasame and the March of the Dead Hakifu have a more terrifying effect. He was looking forward to the imperial tool that Naraku mentioned more and more. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the importance of Naraku, the more he began to remember what Danzo warned him about. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, Naraku. How great it would be if you were not an Uchiha. If Naraku knew about this, he could only say, you are dreaming. You want it and more? You think you are T0. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't give up Naraku at all, so he could only massage his head with a headache. On the other side, Tetsu, who returned to Iwagakure, briefly explained some things and then fainted due to excessive blood loss. There were also medical ninjas in Iwagakure who tried to use medical ninjutsu to heal Tetsu's external injuries, but found that medical ninjutsu was ineffective for Tetsu's external injuries. They could only use physical means to sew Tetsu's wounds and then use waterproof materials to stop bleeding. During this process, they had to keep transfusing blood. It can be said that this was the first time they saw such a strange injury. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, Onoki also knew the general situation of this battle. Less than 20% of the Iwagakure troops returned, and even if some people had not returned, it was probably less than 30%. For a local war, 70% of the deaths were too cruel. Although Iwagakure did not lack 200 dead ninjas, the death of Yusuji still made him feel a little sad. Although Iwagakure had many ninjas, the proportion of ninjas who could or had the potential to grow into elite jonins was still relatively low. In his opinion, Yusuji could become an elite jonin with normal growth. As for the ninja sword Kiri Ikemonji in Orochimaru's hand that could cause incurable injuries, Onoki was a little confused. After all, Konoha's famous ninja sword was only the Thunder God sword. It was impossible that Konoha had a good weapon and kept it hidden. Onoki can only hope that this is a ninja sword that Konoha got by luck. If Konoha has a forging master who can forge weapons comparable to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Shadow, and then creates another 7 ninja swordsmen of Konoha, then it will be a big threat to other ninja villages. Come on! Check if Konoha has a new forging master or the source of the ninja sword of Kiri Ikemonji. After arranging his men, Onoki looked out the window and thought about something. Grandma Cho in the Sand Village, no. Cho is just 40 now. Chiyo's face still shows her beauty when she was young. The current rain country itself is a melee of wind, fire, and earth. Even if they did not participate in the previous battle, they still paid close attention to the previous battle between Konoha and Iwagakure. Onoki was a little defeated this time. But what is the situation with Konoha? Didn't it have a small advantage before? Why did it suddenly become so powerful? Cho expressed a little doubt about this. Then Cho also asked his men to check the specific situation of this battle. It can be said that the entire ninja world is now in a state of war. The country was also quite concerned about this local war, and they all went to inquire about the specific situation. Turning his eyes back to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't think of the result at all, decided to inform the ordinary people and civilian ninjas of the victory of the battle. He felt that the news of victory was needed to encourage the people and ninjas. After all, the signs of a bigger war had already appeared. The ordinary ninjas in Konoha also knew that Konoha had won a big victory. The ninjas who were a little more informed knew that the Tong Yiza forged by Naraku played a certain role in this local battle. Naraku. The Tong Yiza you forged has become a little famous in the battle. My water dragon sword can't fall behind. Hitaki Sakumo thought while wiping the precious sword in his hand. And those big families with the support of the Hokage knew more information, such as Naraku had forged to the clan land of the Sarutobi clan. The great elder of the Sarutobi clan was saying to the clan elites below, Uchiha Naraku is about to forge 2 more powerful ninja swords. Our Sarutobi clan has a relatively early opportunity to experiment whether they can match the 2 ninja swords. You must seize this opportunity, being coveted by some people. However, as he became famous, his forging reputation was also rising rapidly. Although Uchiha Kyunyu of the Uchiha clan did not have the support of the Hokage, the special nature of the Uchiha clan also allowed him to know the news from the front line. Seeing Orochimaru win a big victory using the Kiri Ikemonji forged by his clan member Naraku, he felt bad. More importantly, the arrangement of the 2 ninja swords forged by Naraku. He couldn't stand the new ninja swords being easily obtained by outsiders again. Although he was not a hawk, he still valued the interests of the family. He was going to find Uchiha Min again to discuss whether Naraku could give priority to the Uchiha clan to try whether they could match the ninja swords. The first time, the second time. At this time, Naraku was in the forging room, concentrating on the forging of Murasame, and was unaware of what was happening outside. Naraku was full of expectations for this upcoming knife. After all, it was the weapon owned by the heroine in the original work, and its powerful characteristics made Naraku yearn for it. This time, Naraku seemed particularly cautious, and he decided to use the shadow clone to deal with the biological materials directly. According to his memory, there were as many as 10 forgers who had forged Murasame, but in the end only one survived successfully. And the reason why the survivor survived was not because he was stronger than the other 9, but simply because when it was his turn, he had just completed the forging of Murasame. Fortunately, Naraku mastered the shadow clone technique, otherwise he would not dare to forge this knife. He quickly formed seals with both hands, shadow clone technique. As the smoke dissipated, Naraku successfully created 5 clones. Then, he sent these 5 clones into the room to deal with the precious biological materials. Naraku's clone number 1 carefully took out the curse poison beast, and then began to use tools to slowly remove the incisors of the curse poison beast. However, just as clone number 1 pulled out the incisors of the curse poison beast at a steady pace, an accident happened. The incisors of the curse poison beast directly rubbed Naraku's gloves and pierced into his palm. Ah! Clone number 1 screamed and fell to the ground and died. Next, clone number 2 took over the important task. This time, clone number 2 chose to thicken the gloves, and then used the same method to remove the incisors of the curse poison beast again. What made Naraku happy was that clone number 2 succeeded this time, and clone number 2 slowly put the incisors in place. Together with clone number 3, he used melted orichalcum to carve marks on the body of the curse poison beast. Number 2 and number 3 returned home before they had even carved half of the marks. Number 4 and number 5 could only continue to take over. Fortunately, number 5 finally finished the last stroke before he died. The real Naraku stood outside the door and chanted a spell to turn the body of the curse poison beast into a black biological essence. Obvious, that is, his forging speed was much faster. Next, Naraku once again split out 10 clones and asked them to deal with it. The materials for forging this time were similar to those used in the previous forging of the 8 rooms, including the essence of the curse poison beast, the front teeth of the curse poison beast, 10 parts of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of refined iron, 1 part of green gorilla scarlet sand iron and gorilla scarlet ore. Clone number 1 was smelting orichalcum metal. Clone number 2 processed refined iron and green gorilla scarlet iron sand and gorilla scarlet ore. Clone number 3 tried to forge the orichalcum steel and the front teeth of the cursed poison beast together to form a knife skeleton. Next, Naraku performed a series of forging secrets to forge the mixed materials and draw specific patterns. Then Naraku took out the refined iron and green gorilla scarlet iron sand and gorilla scarlet ore processed by number 2. Fill the skeleton of the knife. Soon the knife blank was formed. Then the biological essence of the cursed poison beast was integrated into the main body of the blade, and the special patterns were carefully carved on the main body of the material. Clone number 4 died suddenly, clone number 5 died suddenly. Until clone number 9 finally perfectly integrated the biological essence of the cursed poison beast into the blade. Clone number 9 just gave himself a thumbs up, and then died. Finally, clone number 10 forged the knife blank. Gradually, under the forging of clone number 10, the whole knife was finally formed. Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A level weapon, one cut kill Murasame. This is the highest level weapon, but Naraku still has special expectations for evil ghost haunting. He feels that the limit of evil ghost haunting may be beyond A level to S level. Naraku routinely checks the properties of this knife. One perfectly retains the toxicity of the cursed poison beast, and also uses a large amount of precious materials, orichalcum steel, gorilla scarlet sand iron, gorilla scarlet ore, and refined iron. During the forging process, standard knife-type imperial weapon secrets were used. It took 1 day to forge. It finally reached a level that surpassed the original weapon. This knife has a single-sided blade. The knife is 1.3 meters long, has the characteristics of solid and sharp, and has a strong ability to conduct chakra. Skills: 1. Must kill. If you are cut by this demon sword, you will be infected with curse poison from the wound and die quickly. There is no way to detoxify. If certain conditions are not met, even if the owner of the knife is cut, he will die suddenly. 2. Curse poison possession. After the knife owner and the weapon reach a good fit, when the understanding of the weapon reaches its peak, you can use Murasame to cut yourself to make the curse poison possessed. At this time, the knife owner will not die, but will gain an unprecedented terrifying speed. The killing power of the curse poison will also rise rapidly. The disadvantage is that once it is possessed, the curse poison is difficult to remove, and the knife owner will continue to suffer from pain, and even a strong killing intent will continue to surge from the heart. 3. It has a strengthening effect on chakra of a single attribute. Naraku looked at the 2 ninja swords in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days of high-intensity forging had made him exhausted, especially Murasame, who was poisoned to death more than a dozen times in 1 day. Now that the weapon forging is completed, Murasame's curse poison is ineffective against him. After all, his passive weapon kingship of the forger can suppress the weapon if depleted. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 2 similar-looking ninja swords and smiled. Little Naraku, when are you going to start choosing the sword master? Tomorrow. As Naraku's accent fell, the whole Konoha began to get ready. After Naraku returned to the clan, he also informed Uchiha Min, Grand Elder, the weapon selection will start tomorrow, please gather the people in the clan. Uchiha Min asked unwillingly, does this weapon really have that kind of fit? Do I need to prepare anything in advance? Naraku knew that Uchiha Min wanted him to do it behind the scenes. In fact, he could do it behind the scenes, but he didn't want to break his promise and give his sword to someone who didn't fit at all. These 2 swords can't be selected just by preparing, so the more people go tomorrow, the better. I can only guarantee a similar fit, and the sword must belong to Uchiha. Hearing Naraku's guarantee, Uchiha Min also nodded. The Hyuga clan was in a state of panic, and now the situation is getting worse. In the Hyuga clan's land, in the clan leader's meeting room, a branch family is reporting to the main family that Naraku is about to choose a master for the sword. Hyuga clan elder Hyuga Wangwu, who was listening to his subordinate's report. The Uchiha clan is getting worse and worse, and now they are actually relying on external objects. After hearing the words of the elder, clan leader Hyuga Tianming almost couldn't help but burst his veins. Does this old man want to listen to what he is saying? Such a powerful ninja sword Hyuga soft fist must hit people no matter what, use chakra temporarily. It can be said that any powerful enemy has countless chances to escape during this process. And Naraku's ninja sword can kill with just a scratch. How outrageous! The old stubborn man in front of him was unwilling to admit the power of others for the so-called glory and face of the Hyuga clan. He has always wanted to change the status quo of the Hyuga clan. But the current situation is that these conservative elders have the right to speak in the Hyuga clan. Even he, the clan leader, can't face the head-on. He could only agree and said, that's right, then just call some people from the branch family. And since the Hokage has invited you, let the branch family manager take some ninja school students from the branch family with him tomorrow. I'll go and see too. Hinata Wangwu glanced at Hyuga Tianming and nodded. Seeing the elder nod, the other elders also agreed. In the Senju clan, Nawaki was pestering his elder sister, Sister, Master Naraku has forged powerful weapons again, this time they are 2 very powerful ninja swords. Take me there tomorrow. Tsunade looked at Nawaka's appearance, and for some reason she suddenly felt very angry. She gave Nawaka a slap on the head and said, "Got it. Let's go together tomorrow." Jiraiya, who was peeping in the open-air hot spring, also heard the news. He also decided to go and see tomorrow. After all, he was also curious about the ninja swords forged by Naraku. The next day, the Chunin exam arena, although this time it was not the Chunin exam, but the whole venue was filled with densely packed people. Naraku stood in the middle of the venue, and there were two ninja swords on the table in front of Naraku. The left and right sides of the middle of the venue were guarded by the Root and the Anbu respectively. The Uchiha clan had the most people in the stands, almost all the people in the clan who had opened the Sharingan and the ninja school students who had not opened the Sharingan came. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Naraku with a bit of despair. With his shallow knowledge, he thought that he would not be able to avenge his wife's theft. He always felt that he was not as important as Naraku in his father's eyes. There were not many people from the Hyuga clan, only the clan leader and some people from the branch families. The others were the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, the Inoshikajo clan, the Abarame clan, the Inyazuka clan. The rest were all small clans and some civilian ninjas. Some famous strong men also came, such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hotaki Sakumo. Naraku looked at the time and began to explain the specific abilities of his two ninja swords. The ninja sword on my left hand is called One Cut, One Kill Murasame and belongs to the Taigu series, Manji. The difference between Taigu and vassal weapons is that Taigu often has higher requirements and matching degree for the owner of the weapon. When the ability and matching degree are not good, there may even be a situation where the weapon backfires on the owner. Of course, the result is that Taigu often has stronger abilities. Listening to Naraku saying that this weapon is stronger than the long-famous Kiri Ikemanji, everyone on the stage began to discuss quietly. Naraku paused and continued, One-shot kill Murasame has the ability to kill with one shot. Once cut by this sword, the curse poison will instantly spread all over the enemy's body, and the enemy will die instantly. And the ninja sword March of the Dead Hakifu on my right hand side, its main ability is to control the people killed by this sword through curses. It can control up to 8 corpse puppets. The puppets look the same as when they were alive and can be controlled freely. After the ability is released, they will become ordinary corpses. At the same time, these two swords have the common characteristics of my forged ninja swords, that is, solid and sharp. There are some specific functions or defects that I won't talk about. In fact, of the ninja swords, the field was completely a bit chaotic. After all, these two ninja swords have powerful power. It can be said that any elite ninja who gets this ninja sword and uses it well can directly fight against a shadow-level strongman. Naraku raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. After all, ninja swords later. If you can hold the Imperial weapon for 3 seconds and the Imperial weapon does not resist, then it will be considered to have passed the preliminary assessment. One more thing. No chakra is allowed. Naraku emphasized the rules. Then let's start. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke as the leader, and everyone began to experiment according to the preset sequence table. The root of Danzo was not compatible. In fact, in the ninja world, as long as there is strong chakra, the Imperial equipment can be forcibly suppressed to use the Imperial equipment, but in Naraku's opinion, such use of the Imperial equipment is completely unnecessary. This is like Kakashi's Sharingan, which is useful but not recommended. Danzo watched one person fail after another, and he was a little suspicious whether Naraku in front of him was playing dirty tricks. Finally it was Danzo's turn. Danzo's face was dark. He was almost sure that Naraku was playing dirty tricks. But when he held his Dead March 8 rooms, he found that this Imperial equipment did not resist him. Could he be the legendary chosen one? Danzo's mood suddenly changed from anger to joy. And Naraku raised an eyebrow in surprise, which made Danzo confirm this point. Naraku was indeed quite surprised. After all, the original owner of this sword was a short-haired, expressionless, and arrogant beautiful girl with black eyes. She was very considerate to her comrades, but very cold-blooded to her enemies. She valued the people around her. She valued her teammates so much that when they were about to die, she would directly kill them so that they would not leave her. Naraku looked at Danzo, black eyes, expressionless, arrogant, a beautiful boy when he was young, very cold-blooded to the enemy, and valued the people around him. As long as you are useful, he will never forget to use you. Good guy, it's all done. Of course, Naraku didn't really understand the specific reason. After all, it is impossible for the emperor to find the owner only by focusing on the personality and external preferences of the person. Maybe Danzo was just lucky. The old man was very angry. Naraku watched Danzo holding the March of the Dead Eight Houses tightly and refused to let go. Naraku felt helpless, but didn't want to speak. So he tried to signal Danzo with his eyes, hoping that he would let go. However, the old man Danzo didn't know whether he didn't see it or pretended not to see it, and he didn't mean to let go at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing next to Naraku, was very dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He felt that Danzo was really too much, and if it continued like this, it would delay the progress of the subsequent inspection. Or did Danzo not want others to try? So, he had to remind him, Danzo, put down the sword. There are still people behind who need to be tested. Danzo certainly understood that in this situation, he could not just snatch the March of the Dead Eight Rooms and leave the scene. Because doing so would only make him more embarrassed. After all, there were so many eyes around staring at them. Moreover, he didn't need to look back to guess that the Uchiha clan members must be looking at him with malicious and mocking eyes at this moment. Thinking of this, Danzo could only glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely to express his dissatisfaction. But in the end, he had no choice but to let go and carefully put the March of the Dead Eight Rooms back on the table, as if it was an extremely precious treasure. As Danzo's roots were declared over, the Uchiha clan was next. At this time, the Uchiha clan had long been eager to try, and even the Hawkish and Dove leaders ordered everyone to try their best and never give the two swords to outsiders easily. The first person to come on stage was Uchiha Min. Before Uchiha Min took the sword, Naraku exchanged glances with him. Uchiha Min thought, this future grandson-in-law still knows how to understand me, but I don't need to operate a small ninja sword in secret. After all, I, Uchiha Min, also rolled out of swords and guns, and my will is also very strong. How can I not be able to control a mere ninja sword? The first thing Uchiha Min picked up was the one-cut kill Murasame, and then his whole expression suddenly became solemn. It seemed that there was a terrifying power on the sword that was attacking him with his hand. If he had chakra, he could still try to suppress it, but he was instantly bounced off by the ninja sword without using chakra. At this time, Uchiha Min realized that it might not be so easy to master these two ninja swords, but Uchiha Min was not disappointed. After all, there was another one. Presumably, his grandson-in-law had already operated it for him, waiting for him to pick up another ninja sword and severely defeat the old thief Shimura Danzo in the second round of selection. But when he picked up the March of the Dead Eight Chambers, he found that this ninja sword was still the same as the previous one. Uchiha Min even felt that this ninja sword was about to shake him away. Uchiha Min took advantage of the gap and hurriedly winked at Naraku, but Naraku gave him a look of blessing. Uchiha Min could only glare at Naraku and let go of the ninja sword, because he felt that if he didn't let go, it would not be a simple shock. Naraku was also speechless. Giving you a look is to tell you to try it and don't force it. Why are you still glaring at me? I won't glare at me when the sword sees you later. Danzo saw that Uchiha Min, who he disliked the most in the Uchiha clan, was defeated and immediately felt very happy today. Danzo put down his sword, and then it was Uchiha, and then the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Mikoto smiled sweetly at Naraku and said, Naraku, can I master the ninja sword? Naraku said to Uchiha Mikoto affectionately, try it, If you can master it, it's fine. If you can't, I will forge a set. Uchiha Min, he was furious. Good boy, you didn't save face for me just now, and made me lose face in front of the damn Danzo. Now you are blatantly flirting with my granddaughter. If I don't teach you a lesson later, I won't be Uchiha. Later, Uchiha Mikoto tried it, but left with a little disappointment. The next one was Uchiha Chayu and his son. It was the first time that Naraku saw this clan leader after his rebirth. He looks no different from Uchiha Fugaku when he grows up, both have thick nasolabial folds. Uchiha Chigaku even politely said to Naraku, I've offended you before, please don't blame me. Naraku also generously said, I won't get involved with children. Angry. But Naraku was thinking, I'm sorry, I must get the position of clan leader. Your son should be a good lackey and work hard for Uchiha. Uchiha Kunya was also very speechless after hearing Naraku's answer. After all, if he remembered correctly, Naraku was several years younger than his son Fugaku. Naraku looked at the Uchiha team with fewer and fewer people, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Could it be that the Uchiha couldn't find someone who matched these two ninja swords? Naraku originally thought that if the difference in the second round of tests was not too big, he would do it secretly. As a result, no one has passed the round so far. Until a girl with long black hair and a naive expression appeared at the end of the team, Naraku felt that this girl might be suitable. Sure enough, the girl slowly picked up the ninja sword Murasame. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Murasame was firmly held in her hand. There was a murmur of discussion in the audience. After all, compared with Hakafusa, Murasame's ability is obviously more impactful. Naraku asked the girl in front of him, What's your name? Stand next to me later. The girl replied in a soft voice, My name is Uchiha Hiyoshi. Then, she put down the ninja sword obediently and walked to Naraku's side. Uchiha Fishi's action of picking up the ninja sword made the Uchiha clan feel a little relieved. Next, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and his Anbu's turn, but the result was disappointing. No one in the Anbu was suitable to use this sword. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen himself went on stage for the experiment, but found that it was not suitable. Danzo said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a sarcastic tone, Hiruzen, put down the sword. There are still people who need to be tested later. The next experiment lasted until the afternoon, and many familiar people came on stage during this process. For example, Sunset Red and Moonlight Rain of the Moonlight Clan. Later, even Tsunade and Jiraiya came up to try, but unfortunately they were not selected. What surprised Naraku the most was that Dai actually came, but Dai did not come to ask for a sword, but asked Naraku to forge some equipment to assist him in training. Naraku naturally agreed happily, and he still respected the spirit of Dai and his son. The old man was very happy. Hinata watched some powerful clan leader Hinata Tianming would not let them try in the end. She became more and more desperate since she was engraved as a bird in a cage, but when she saw the ninja sword forged by Naraku, it seemed that there was always a chance to change her fate and escape from the cage. This made her eager to grab this last illusory straw. Perhaps sensing Hayagama Yabi's urgency, Hayaga Tenmei said to some of the ninja school students of the branch family, You all go and try, remember not to be rude. Naraku also saw Hayagama Yabi, a classmate. In fact, according to Naraku's memory, this little girl was a very cheerful and cute little girl before the bird in the cage was engraved. Unfortunately, after the bird in the cage was engraved, she completely became a taciturn little transparent. Hayagama Yabi was a little relaxed when she heard this, but then she became nervous again, because she was not sure if she could fit the ninja sword. And even if she fit, how could she break free from the cage? Until the people in front failed, Hayagama Yabi carefully picked up the one cut to kill Murasame, but this ninja sword was not suitable for her at all. She was even more desperate, until Hayagama Yabi behind her picked up the March of the Dead Hakifu. The same scene appeared, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The March of the Dead Eight Houses was still tightly held in the girl's hand, and the girl seemed unwilling to let go, holding the ninja sword tightly. Hinata Tenmei was also very entangled when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to fight against the elders of the clan and bring people from the branch family with him. Unexpectedly, this situation occurred. Now he is thinking about how to get rid of this blame. Hinata Tenmei still said to himself in his heart that this was a necessary action to protect Hinata Miyabi. Danzo next to him was about to overflow with murderous aura. He originally thought that he was the only one in the entire Konoha who was suitable for this imperial weapon, but he didn't expect an accident, and it was the branch family of Hyuga. Danzo immediately decided that if this girl dared to perform better than him in the second round, he would kill her and snatch the sword later. Or I believe the Hyuga clan would not be so ignorant. Naraku also looked at Hyuga Masa with interest. He didn't expect that there was someone in the Hyuga clan who was compatible with the imperial tool. He also thought that maybe he could get the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, Danzo was watching covetously. Naraku knew that no matter what, Hyuga Masa couldn't pass the second round of assessment, otherwise it would be a problem whether Hyuga Masa could see the sun the next day. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's Gull grandson tradition would probably force Hyuga Masa to give up the imperial tool. So he could only wrong Hyuga Masa for the time being. Naraku kindly said to Hyuga Masa, "Put down the imperial tool and stand next to me." Hyuga Masa also stood next to Naraku obediently. Later, no second compatible person appeared until the end. Naraku also felt it was normal. He was very happy to be able to dig up 2 treasures this time. He didn't expect that the unknown ninjas in the back had such special abilities. Naraku guessed that they might be annihilated by the crowd or died in battle for various reasons. Moreover, Naraku believed that people who were chosen by the imperial weapon must have some talent waiting for him to develop. Later, there was no doubt that since there was no other person who could match the one-cut kill Murasame, Uchiha Phase Hiki became the master of the one-cut kill Murasame. Naraku solemnly handed the one-cut kill Murasame to Uchiha Phase Hiki. "You will be the master of the one-cut kill Murasame in the future. I hope you will become a powerful ninja." Uchiha Phase Hiki also nodded blankly. Then Naraku said to Danzo and Hyuga Miyabi, "Next, the 2 of you will have the second round of competition. You will inject chakra into the imperial weapon, the March of the Dead 8 Rooms. Whoever has the brighter imperial weapon will be more suitable for the March of the Dead 8 Rooms. Of the degree of fit is not to look at the light after the injection of chakra." Danzo picked up the March of the Dead 8 Rooms and began to inject chakra into it frantically. The March of the Dead 8 Rooms emitted a powerful black light in his hand. Then Hyuga Masayuki timidly picked up the ninja sword and slowly injected chakra into it. Naraku looked at the darker but weaker light in Hyuga Masayuki's hand. Knowing that the person in front of him is the most suitable person for the March of the Dead 8 Rooms, Danzo laughed out loud after looking at the faint light of the March of the Dead 8 Rooms in Hyuga Masa's hand. Naraku also said to Danzo, "Danzo-sama, it is obvious that you are more suitable for the March of the Dead 8 Rooms." Without waiting for Naraku to finish, Danzo snatched the March of the Dead 8 Rooms from Hyuga Masa's hand. Hyuga Masa felt a sense of loss, and comforted herself in her heart, "It doesn't matter, there is no hope after engraving the bird in the cage, right?" After that, Hyuga Masa left the venue like a lost soul and returned to the family team. Her steps were a little staggering, as if she had lost all her strength, and her face was as pale as paper. After returning to the family team, Hyuga Masa's body trembled slightly, and her lips were unconsciously pursed, as if she was trying to control her emotions. Later, Naraku began to explain to Danzo in detail the defects and other abilities of the March of the Dead Hakifu. Hakifu has the characteristics of solid and sharp, and has a strong ability to conduct chakra. This is a characteristic that I usually have when forging ninja swords, so I won't say more. In addition, Hakifu also has a strengthening effect on chakra of a single attribute. The defect of Hakifu is that the more corpses are manipulated during the activation of Hakifu, the more the host's ability will be reduced. In fact, it is to suppress the attributes of the host, such as consuming chakra and physical strength. So you have to make a good choice. Danzo was shocked when he heard Naraku's words, but he thought about it carefully and it didn't affect him much. As long as he used this ninja sword to kill a few powerful ninjas and let them cooperate, he didn't need to do it himself. Then Naraku asked about Uchiha Fishi's situation. The imperial weapon Murasame is very dangerous, even if you are the owner of the imperial weapon. If you are cut, you will die suddenly. So you must be careful. Is there anyone in your family who can teach you swordsmanship? Uchiha Fishi shook his head. Naraku was speechless. Why is there some plus Sai and Yamato behind them? These 6 people can make up a pair of parents. Naraku said to Uchiha Fishi seriously, you will stay with me in the future. I will teach you swordsmanship well. Uchiha Fishi agreed after thinking for a while. Naraku was thinking about how to train Uchiha Fishi to be his confidant. Naraku planned to try the feeding method later to see if he could get into the heart of this girl. Of course, Naraku was also worried that someone would snatch the imperial tool, so he just wanted to stay by his side to protect him well. Naraku hadn't seen his death god temple for a long time, but Naraku knew that the number of people in his death god temple was increasing. Naraku planned to take a look when he had time. The 2 of them were in a state of panic, and the 2 of them were in a state of panic. Naraku, who brought Uchiha Fishi back to the clan, saw that the old man Uchiha Min was looking constipated. Seeing this, Naraku couldn't help but teased, then I'll leave. Uchiha Min glared at Naraku, and then winked at Uchiha Fishi, signaling her to step aside. Little Fishi left obediently, leaving the space for the 2 of them. After Uchiha Fish left, Uchiha Min responded, do you think I was angry because I didn't get the ninja sword and embarrassed myself in front of Danzo? Let me tell you, I was angry because you were well prepared. If you told me at the beginning, we wouldn't be so passive. However, you did a good job this time. Not only did you successfully balance the relationship between the family and the Hokage, but you also in fact, I really didn't think about planting any seeds for the 2 of them. He muttered to himself that he just wanted the Uchiha clan to get the ninja sword at that time. As for whether Danzo could get the 8 houses, he didn't care. Moreover, even if Danzo really got the 8 houses, he could still provide assistance. But would Danzo really go to the battlefield and kill the enemy in person? If Danzo sets his sights on a strong man in the village, especially one that he cannot control normally, will he take action? Now he is still curious about what would happen if Danzo killed the enemy with 8 chambers, and then summoned him in his death temple? That means the soul belongs to him and the body belongs to Danzo? All set. However, Naraku thought of something and said to Uchiha Min, I didn't expect Danzo to be suitable for that ninja sword. Danzo has always had a big prejudice against Uchiha. Our Uchiha Jonin should pay attention in the future. Uchiha Min said meaningfully, I know what you think. If Shimura Danzo dares to attack our Uchiha, we will take a group of ninja families to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to remove Danzo. Even if Danzo didn't attack Uchiha, as long as he attacked any family or ninja in the village, he could do that. I didn't expect that you have such insights in politics at such a young age. Uchiha Naraku couldn't help but feel helpless when he heard this. The elder begged you not to be a Daihua. If you continue to be a Daihua, the pot shadow in the ninja world will almost become me. Uchiha Naraku could only wave his hand quickly to show that he didn't think so, and then left. Uchiha Min looked at Naraku's back with a meaningful look, with a kind of meaning, kid, I see through you. After Naraku returned to the room, he opened the Death God Hall. He saw that the Death God Hall was crowded with people, and most of the people inside were wearing Iwagakure forehead protectors. It seems that Orochimaru has been fighting fiercely with Iwagakure recently. Hitaki Sakumo probably hasn't been to the border recently, so he killed some small fish. Those strange forehead protectors should have been killed by Hitaki Sakumo. If he remembered correctly, Hitaki Sakumo would have been doing regular tasks in the village until the sand village attacked. Naraku looked at the 2 jonins and 30 chunins inside, and decided to name the jonins as first and second, and the chunins would not be named. As for the genins, Naraku was afraid that they would affect others when they went up. After all, not all genins were at the level of Konoha's 12 strong men. The genins in those small villages might not be as good as the students in the ninja school. Naraku checked the skill list of the 2 jonins and found that they were all some regular Iwagakure ninjutsu, but these ninjutsu were still very suitable for controlling. He will have 2 more jonin level rock ninja guards in the future. Naraku looked at the people in the Death God Temple and suddenly felt worried. Under normal circumstances, the souls of people who die go to the underworld. The underworld is the territory of the 6 Paths Sage. Will he be discovered by this old man if he keeps recruiting people? However, Naraku has no means to deal with the 6 Paths Sage yet, and judging from the fact that the 6 Paths Sage would not appear until the desperate situation in the original plot, it is highly likely that he would not notice it. Besides, the souls of his 2 sons have not been reincarnated yet. Just after thinking about it, Naraku saw 2 unread notifications in the system interface, so he simply clicked them. Ding! Orochimaru's use of the Water Dragon Sword has reached the intermediate level, and the talent stealing is activated. 8-headed technique, remaining, mastered. 8-headed technique, S-level forbidden technique, through the living. He transformed himself into a white snake with 8 heads and a tail, reached an advanced level, and the talent stealing is activated. Summoning technique Imperial World Reincarnation, incomplete. Summoning technique Imperial World Reincarnation, incomplete. This is a summoning technique from another world developed by the 2nd generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It extracts a certain amount of the dead's flesh, uses the body of the living as a container for the dead's soul, and then summons the dead's soul from the netherworld to the living world. Let the soul of the dead attach to the container, and cover the body of the living with dust, so as to transform into the appearance of the dead before his death. The dead have the characteristics of being invincible and endless chakra. They can only be sealed or the original owner can lift the technique. Orochimaru has further optimized this technique, but the strength of the summoned dead will still be greatly weakened. Naraku looked at the 2 notifications and chose to accept. Then a lot of knowledge about forbidden techniques poured into Naraku's mind. Although these 2 ninjutsu are forbidden techniques, it goes without saying that Naraku will definitely not use the 8-head tech so big. The 2nd Impure World Reincarnation, Remnant, is somewhat useful to him if he can get White Zetsu. But anyway, it's free, and these 2 forbidden techniques contain a lot of knowledge about ordinary ninjutsu and sealing techniques. When a person stands at a high level and has a wide range of knowledge, it will be easy to master some basic ninjutsu. It is precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen can become a ninjutsu doctor. It is impossible for you to master the Great Fire Extinguishing technique but not the Great Fireball technique. At this time, Naraku remembered Uchiha Phase Hiki outside, and didn't know where she went. When Naraku went out, he saw Uchiha Phase Hiki waiting at the door chatting with Uchiha Mikoto. In fact, it was mainly Uchiha Mikoto who was asking and Uchiha Phase Hiki who was answering. Uchiha Mikoto saw Naraku coming, pulled Naraku aside and said, "Naraku, I feel like I'm losing track of you. You used to be a little boy who needed my care. Now you've grown much taller than me." The 2 of them were very close. Looking at Naraku's eyes, Uchiha Mikoto blushed and continued, "I just want to help you. I don't want to get further away from you." Naraku looked at the short but cute Uchiha Mikoto, knowing that he hadn't cared much about her recently. Since Uchiha Mikoto had this idea, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Naraku said to Uchiha Mikoto seriously, "Okay. Mikoto, you can learn ninjutsu and swordsmanship with Fei Se later. I will also have good things for you later, and forge a weapon for you." Uchiha Mikoto nodded with a red face. Naraku handed each of them a toy knife, and then began to teach them the Hitaki swordsmanship. Naraku could only say to Hitaki Sakumo, "I'm sorry, brother. At worst, I'll teach Kakashi well after he's born. Or I'll help you save your sister-in-law. Naraku felt that Hatake Miko probably died when she gave birth to Kakashi. After all, she looked a little weak when she saw her, and Hatake Miko seemed to be a housewife and didn't go out on missions, so she probably didn't die somewhere else. As for why Naraku gave Uchiha Iro a Naraku brand toy knife, it was because he was really afraid that if this little girl didn't master Murasame well, she would die suddenly. Or she would kill Mikoto next to her. As Naraku slowly narrated, our Uchiha clan's swordsmanship is considered to be a pretty good swordsmanship in Konoha. I'll teach you another swordsmanship here. This swordsmanship is mainly about moves in the early stage. This teaching Naraku was very experiential. After all, Naraku looked at Mikoto's admiring eyes, and Uchiha Iro next to him was also making rapid progress. Naraku now understood why Murasame chose this ordinary-looking girl. After teaching, Naraku and the two had a big dinner together. He was ready to give up. At most, he would grow to 3 meters tall, and Mikoto would grow to 2.5 meters. Lady Yasha also had a special charm, but it was very likely that she would not grow to 3 meters. After all, Luffy ate it every day, but he never saw her grow to 3 meters. It was also at this time that Naraku discovered that Uchiha Hikari particularly liked barbecue, which made him feel very happy. After all, a cook who did not move his diners was not a good forger. At this time, in the root cell of Danzo, Danzo was holding Yafu to a group of prisoners in front of him. As Danzo raised the knife in his hand, the prisoners fell in front of him one by one. One of the prisoners shouted, "Danzo! I really didn't mean it. I just peed in the bush. It's not a crime worthy of death." Danzo didn't say anything nonsense. He used the wind chakra to attach to the 8 rooms and stabbed the prisoner in front of him. For Danzo, what's the point of peeing in the bush? Why did you just pee on the root base? You dare to say you are not a spy? As for whether it might be a misunderstanding, Danzo can only say that the location of the root headquarters must not be known to the enemy. Everything is for Konoha. Soon, Danzo killed 8 prisoners. Danzo turned his back to the prisoners and began to use the power of the 8 rooms. Soon a group of dead people stood up crookedly, and the wounds on the dead were gradually healing. This wave of Danzo's operation directly scared the prisoners in the next cell to pee. Then, the dead people controlled by Danzo quickly rushed towards the prisoners next door, and within a few minutes, the prisoners next door were all dead. Danzo felt his own loss and found that if he only had Chunin, he could easily control it with the help of 8 rooms. Not enough or not enough, this level of improvement in his strength is not very big. So he needs to bring stronger ninjas under his control. As his thoughts drifted, Danzo's eyes emitted a dangerous meaning. On the other side, Naraku, who had finished his meal, let the two practice swordsmanship on their own. Naraku accidentally glanced at the system. It seemed that there was another notification. Ding! Shimura Danzo's use of the March of the Dead 8 rooms has reached the primary level, and the talent stealing is activated. The host obtains the mastery of Wind Attribute Chakra. Okay, I have obtained another attribute of Chakra. The day when he masters all attribute chakras is getting closer and closer. Naraku glanced at the Death God Temple again and found that there were 16 Chunin dressed as prisoners neatly inside. Why 16? Naraku never thought that Danzo would be so generous. I also experimented with the puppet's combat power. Now Naraku is a little reluctant to kill Danzo so quickly. This guy is really brave. It's not even 24 hours since he got the sword, and he can achieve such a good result. Naraku is willing to give Danzo the honor of champion. Ding! Uchiha Fishi's use of the one-cut kill Murasame has reached the primary level, and the talent stealing is activated. The host obtains the mastery of Lightning Attribute Chakra. Soon, good news came from Uchiha Fishi, and it was the Lightning Attribute Chakra he needed most. Now he can finally make real use of the Hatake swordsmanship. Naraku went outside and took out his toy sword, using the lightning attribute chakra to stimulate the body to strengthen the sword's attack, just in a moment. Naraku cut the big tree in front of him into two halves and casually drew different patterns on several other trees. It can be said that Naraku's current strength has completely reached the level of a Jonin. As long as he further improves his experience in swordsmanship and combat wisdom, he will soon reach the level of an elite Jonin. The next morning, Naraku decided to go to school. He mainly wanted to meet Hinata Masa in the school. He felt that Hinata Masa was a young girl with great potential. It would be a pity if she was lost to the crowd because of the previous sword selection incident. The second thing was to see Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the ninja talents of these Jinchuriki. Naraku had always been thinking about whether there was a chance to get some Nine Tails chakra. He had used shadow clones to go to school before. But after a few days, he became bolder and didn't use shadow clones. Maybe his previous class teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen had also received some notice from Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he didn't come to take care of him. Later, Naraku took Uchiha Mikoto to school together. As for Uchiha Hiraki, she had already graduated, and seemed to have a little social anxiety and didn't like the school environment very much. When Naraku walked into the classroom slowly, the little kids in the classroom looked at Naraku curiously. After all, Naraku had changed so much. He had changed from a little kid to a 1.7-meter tall big brother, for a little kid in a ninja school. If Naraku didn't look like an adult, they would have almost thought the teacher was here. That guy is so handsome, is he a senior? Wow, his smile is so charming. No way? He's obviously very cool. Accompanied by the girls' rainbow farts, Naraku sat directly in his usual seat. At this time, it was Hayagamasa and Uchiha who recognized Naraku because they had been to the previous sword selection meeting. Naraku's good friend Minato Namikaze was still staring at Naraku. He felt that the person in front of him looked like Naraku. But reason told him that it was impossible for someone to grow up so fast. Naraku smiled and said to Minato Namikaze, "What? You don't recognize me? I'm Naraku." This made Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki silent, especially Kushina Uzumaki next to her. She used to be proud of her height because little girls grow faster, so she has always been the tallest among the three. That's why she always put herself in the position of the big sister. Then the three people who hadn't seen each other for a long time began to communicate. The two of them were also listening with great interest. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were also listening with great interest. Especially when while Naraku was bragging, Sarutobi Heiong saw Naraku as if he saw a ghost. He thought Naraku was no longer interested in ninja school life. Unexpectedly, Naraku came to the classroom again after half a year. Sarutobi Heiong tried to treat the great blacksmith of Konoha with a more friendly attitude. As a result, he heard Naraku, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki whispering to each other, and they didn't take him seriously at all. Finally, after enduring for half an hour, he asked the three to leave the classroom and let them go free. After Naraku asked Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to eat Sea King food as usual, he handed them two Naraku brand toy knives. "What is this?" Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were very curious. "Isn't this the imperial weapon you forged?" Naraku gave Uzumaki Kushina a slap and said, "What are you thinking? How can a ninja school student like you be qualified to use my imperial weapon? Wait until you become a Jonin. This is the conventional weapon I forged. Although it has no special ability, it is far ahead in terms of sharpness and toughness, and it also has the effect of strengthening the chakra attribute." Uzumaki Kushina really wanted this ninja sword, but she couldn't simply let go of the big chestnut that Naraku gave her to eat, so she could only say in a demonstrative manner, "Uchiha Naraku, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully a poor girl. I, Uzumaki Kushina, will soon become a Jonin. After all, I am the woman who will become the Hokage." Naraku didn't expect Uzumaki Kushina to actually learn this sentence. After thinking about it, it seems that what she said is right, but it's a pity. Not to mention that because of his butterfly effect, Minato Namikaze has a new competitor, Naraki. When Minato Namikaze really waits for the Hokage, he may have abolished the ninja village system and established an empire. Hinata Miyabi was walking alone in the ninja school. It seemed that because of the caged bird or because she was like this girl became very lonely. Even when eating, she liked to eat alone. Hinata Miyabi found a secluded corner and sat down quietly. After taking out her lunch box, a few big rice balls and a little miso soup, she ate it in big mouthfuls. It was at this time that Naraku found her. Hinata Miyabi looked at Naraku in front of her and suddenly blushed a little. After all, according to the habits of the ninja world, it seems that it is very indecent for women to eat too much. Naraku came up and fired fiercely, "Hinata Masa, have you given up?" "Hinata Masa, what?" "Naraku, have you given up on escaping the cage without Hakifu?" Hinata Masa's pupils trembled, and then pretended to be calm and said, "I don't understand what you are talking about." Naraku said with a meaningful smile, "Even beasts know the value of freedom, let alone humans." Looking at the silent Hinata Masa, Naraku continued, "In fact, you are more suitable for Hakifu's ninja sword, but I can't give Hakifu to you directly. But I am not wrong, seeing that you seem to have given up your freedom and are willing to become a slave of the Hyuga clan. Find another slave in the future and give birth to a little slave, and give everything for the clan for a lifetime. Just thinking about it is very happy. So are you ready to do this?" At this time, Hinata Masa can no longer bear Naraku's repeated under the words of armor-breaking and critical strike. This seemingly lonely girl raised her head and looked directly at Naraku, with tears in her eyes and said, "Uchiha Naraku, what are you going to do?" Naraku did not answer Hinata Masa's question, but stared at Hinata Masa's beautiful eyes seriously, and asked again, "Hinata Masa, are you willing to fight for your freedom or your personal destiny or the destiny of the branch family again? And never stop until death?" Hinata Masa said coldly, "Of course I will not give up, as long as there is even a 1% chance, I can easily sacrifice my life. But I am not for the so-called ridiculous branch family, but for me. Hinata Masa's freedom and dignity. Ask you one last time. What are you going to do?" Naraku was very satisfied with the fighting girl in front of him to restrain some powerful and not so stupid subordinates. "As for you, you should work hard to become stronger now. Just like a caterpillar trying to accumulate nutrients before breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly, I will help you complete the step of breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly and gaining freedom. But I need you to do something for me." Hinata restrained his emotions and said calmly, "Okay. As long as you help me remove this damn caged bird on my head, I can do anything for you. But Uchiha Naraku, if you cheat on me, I will bite a piece of meat off you even if I die." Hinata looked at Naraku's neck and lower body with dangerous eyes after he finished speaking, and the little tiger teeth in his mouth were exposed. If Naraku hadn't had some knowledge, the little brother would have been scared and trembling. Naraku's evaluation of this can only be tiger teeth injury. Naraku threw a toy knife and a processed dried sea king to Hinata and said, "I don't have the bad taste to cheat you. Just practice well. Your chance will come soon. But make sure you don't forget this oath today." After taking the toy knife from Naraku, Hinata looked at Naraku blankly. And Naraku was thinking in his mind how to help Hinata solve the problem of the bird in the cage. Should he give her the stone mask to make her stop being a human? Or should he help her get the 8 rooms and let her kill all the main family members? Or should he do both? At the same time, in the Senju clan, Tsunade was seeing off her brother Nawaki. Tsunade said with a little worry, "Nawaki, be careful when you go to the battlefield." Nawaki also said confidently, "I will be careful. Don't forget, I still have the help of Orochimaru and the evil spirit." As Rope Tree spoke, he raised the devil's wrath in his hand. At this time, the gem of the first generation necklace on the Devil's Wrath's transformation device also flashed a faint green light. Tsunade also suppressed her worries. After all, if Rope Tree wanted to be a Hokage, it would be impossible for him to hide behind his elders and not fight. Onaki's small figure was sitting on an office chair reviewing documents. The Anbu was reporting to Onaki, third-generation lord, "You asked us to investigate Kiri Ikemonji and the possible forger behind him. We have found out the information. That weapon was made by Uchiha Naraku of the Uchiha clan. It is said that Nara and a ninja sword that can be transformed into armor. We don't know the specific capabilities yet. Thank you for choosing Fanfiction Uploads. We hope you enjoyed this journey into anime and fanfiction. The adventure continues, so stay tuned. Your feedback matters to us. Leave a comment with your favorite stories, suggestions, or your own fanfiction ideas. We love hearing from you. Hit subscribe and ring the notification bell to never miss an upload. Share our channel with friends and fellow anime lovers. Thank you for being part of our community. Until next time, keep dreaming, listening, and keeping the anime spirit alive. See you in the next episode.